much excitement out there around this fight, and understandably so, because the lightweight division is on absolute fire at the moment. It really is one of the most exciting divisions in the boxing world. So many great fighters, and actually we saw Tank Davis last weekend. Wonderful fight, great stoppage, brilliant finish. And if you joined us for that, then a big shout out to you. Hope you enjoyed joining us last week, because it was a lot of fun. And as we said, that was also in the lightweight division. But this is another level up, because this is for all the belts. On the line here, we have got the WBO, WBA, IBF, Ring Magazine, and WBC Lightweight Championships. Whoever leaves with all of those belts will be the first undisputed lightweight champion since we had the 4-belt era. Like, you can go back to the early 90s when we had an undisputed lightweight champion, but they didn't have as many belts as what the winner of this is going to have. This really is one of the fights that will go down as kind of like a bookmark, really. It'll go down, hopefully, as a fantastic fight. And I think it will be a fantastic fight. But hopefully it goes down as one of those fights that is very, very fondly remembered and very, very significant. We are seeing more and more fights for undisputed championships. We are seeing more of these sorts of fights in the divisions as all the belts are being unified and brought together, and it's so exciting that we've actually got this fight happening in a stadium as well. Marvel Stadium in Australia. Over 50,000 people are going to be there live watching this in attendance. It's one of, if not the biggest sporting event on the Australian calendar. As we said, one of the biggest boxing fights of the year. So many titles up for grabs, and we haven't even spoke about the two fighters involved. Both absolutely fantastic, both undefeated. Kambosos Jr. really kind of catching people off guard in his last fight when he was victorious over Teofimo Lopez. He's taken on Devin Haney, who a lot of people are really high on Devin Haney. Haney, 27-0. He turned pro at the age of 17. 17. He is 27-0. He's only 23 years old right now. And it's really weird because he's been around for a while. But he still feels kind of like he hasn't really broke through. It's really weird. Like, for me, Devin Haney has still obviously got his future massively ahead of him, but it really feels like this is going to be a real test for Devin Haney. I don't know, like, how many great fighters he's fought, but I do think having to go to Australia, fight in a stadium in front of 50,000 hostile fans against a fighter that is very technical, but more than that, very, very quick. Someone that is all about pressure. Someone that is all about durability. Someone that is all about conditioning. Someone that appears to have a really solid chin. Like, the thing with Kambosos Jr. is it's really hard to see how you put him away. Like, you've just got to keep pounding on him. You've just got to wear him down. But, I mean, honestly, you just might not be able to achieve that in 12 rounds. It might take longer than 12 rounds unless you're going to blitz or consistently land with massive shots. We might just run out of time and we might end up going to the judges. So this is hard. This is so hard for Devin Haney. Devin Haney comes in as favourite, but not by much. Not by much. I've got the odds when I saw about 48 hours ago. It was minus 175 Devin Haney. George Kambosos plus 135. That's what I saw about 48 hours ago. Steve said, what time is it in Australia now? No idea. No idea. I hope this fight turns into a war and both guys give a great fight, says Mystic Gohan. Pale Jesus says, sup. Do you see the difference between a pot and a pan? No, I saw the picture that you sent me of a pot, and underneath it had the word pan. So, like, they're interchangeable. Like, what you call a pot is also known as a saucepan. Pan for short. So, you got schooled. We've had 70 votes already in on our poll as we are getting in votes for who's going to win. Kambosos Jr. 70% of you out there have gone with Kambosos Jr. so far. Obviously, still very, very early days. Very, very early days. So, yeah, it's very interesting. I must admit, I was expecting you lot to be very heavy on Devin Haney. I've actually got Kambosos Jr. winning, but something has happened recently that's kind of changed my mind a little bit, and it's only happened in the past 24 hours, and I think it could be really, really significant, and it's not the weigh-in, right? It's not the weigh-in, although the weigh-in is also very, very interesting, and we can talk about that. But the significant clip that I saw was of Devin Haney's father arriving in Australia. And I don't know if you saw this. Devin Haney's dad is a massive part of Devin Haney and what he's achieved and his achievements. And he's like his manager. He's helped train him. He's obviously his father. So he wants him around. And he was struggling to get into the country. And they weren't sure if he was going to get in or not. And a lot of the questions at the press conference for Devin Haney were like, how are you going to feel with your dad not around? And his answer was, well, look, we'll do that if we have to do that, but we haven't given up hope yet about getting him into the country. And I saw just earlier today, I think the video dropped last night, all the reporters at the airport as Devin Haney's father got off a plane in Australia, walked through the airport, and, he was chatting to the reporters, and he gives this great line. He just looks at one of the reporters, and he says, I'm here for my boy. It's just a great line that you proper feel like, I'm here for my boy. And I'm coming, son, kind of a thing. So, you've got to think, 23-year-old Devin Haney walking into a stadium of 50,000 people, like, that's going to be intimidating. It is. It just is. You're only 23, and walking into a stadium with 50,000. I mean, I'm sure there'll be some American Devin Haney fans there, but it's going to be majority Kambosos Jr. So going into that's got to be something that's going to test you mentally. Like, it's going to be a help to have your dad there, to know that if everyone in this building hates you, that guy right there loves you unconditionally. And he's right by your side, and he's in your corner, and he wants you to do well. And like, that's just an anchor right there. It's an anchor that's going to really, really help. And if that wasn't around, I do think that was going to be detrimental. I do think that was going to be a problem. And I think that him arriving is going to be a big, big boost. And I think the other thing I was thinking as well is not only has he come into the country and he's here now, but it's happened so last minute, and it was so touch and go, that it's got this extra kind of drama to it. It's got this extra boost. It's got this extra kind of drive to it. So it's kind of crazy, It's like, if he was there or if he was not there, that was one thing. But for him to, like, arrive so late, and for it to be so close, like, is he going to make it? Is he not going to make it? It's going to be such a relief. It's going to be a bigger relief. And it's gonna have, I think, a bigger impact on Devin Haney. So it's kind of like, if you watch football and it's 1-0 and you really need your team to score. If your team scores in the 60th minute, then it's like, fantastic. 1-1, brilliant, can we win it type thing. If your team scores in the 92nd, 94th minute, like, the stadium's going bananas. because you've basically just prevented a draw. You've prevented a defeat and got a draw right at the very end. So there's something special about it happening so late. Like, we've all seen those scenes where things happen right at the end of a game and people are going crazy. That's what it feels like with Devin Haney's dad arriving just mere, 24 hours ago, if that. Right at the very death, right at the very end. You could see what it meant to the other trainers as well. They were like embracing him, going, I can't believe you're here. I've prayed every day. That is a boost. That is a big boost. And I do just look at that and think, psychologically, because there's not going to be much in this. No, I really don't think there's much in this fight. I think it's a really close fight. And I think that where we are is both fighters are really close, and we are just trying to find little advantages. And I think Devin Haney getting his dad so late is one of those little advantages. And the other thing as well is about the weigh-in. So the weigh-ins, they were very interesting because Kambosos obviously missed the weight and there was a lot of drama there. He was very chilled about it. He was like, not a problem. Do you know what I mean? Just went out back. I think he said that he went to the bathroom and that was it. He was fine. Made weight. So I don't think he was chilled, like too affected. I think he was quite chilled about it. But I think that he is also, going to have had a little bit of concern, to weigh in 4 times and have to take your clothes off and everything clearly doesn't point to this going to plan, does it? Like, it's clearly not what they planned. So, there was a little bit of drama there. Devin Haney makes weight nice and easy. He can then sit back and relax. Little bit of, tension and drama. Don't think that's going to affect the fight too much, to be honest. I think that, it was just a slight inconvenience and nothing more than that. So I think Devin Haney's father arriving was much, much bigger. He's going to have more impact on this than the weight issue. But he made weight in the end, so as we said, doesn't really matter in the end. But an inconvenience. Jason says it's on Sky Sports at 2 in the morning. Yeah, we've started a little bit earlier than usual because I wanted to make sure that people knew that we were doing this and covering this, because boxing is something that is on the channel. And I was only just saying earlier today how we did Kambosos' last fight against Teofimo Lopez. So we have watched Kambosos Jr. As a watch-along before. So we've done that. We've also done, obviously, Tank Davis last weekend. We've been very active with the heavyweights. We've done Canelo in the past as well. And I'm constantly trying to find new ways of bringing boxing onto the channel if and when I can, because I do love it. So I thought we would start early so that people knew that we were here for it. That way, if people do spot us in this hour before, they won't have missed any action. But the coverage will start in about 45 minutes. I don't know, actually, if there's not any undercard fights, prelim fights that might already have got started that are buried away somewhere. They might be getting shown on ESPN Plus or something, but I'm in the UK, so I don't have visibility on that. But the coverage will start on Sky Sports, I think, Arena in about 45 minutes or so. So it'll give us plenty of time to kind of go through the fights, talk about both fighters, kind of, do whatever's needed, get your thoughts on different bits and bobs, and then we can settle into the actual event. I think they said the ring walks, I think they're aiming for around about 2 hours 45. So there'll be a few fights, obviously, when the coverage does start, but it's not going to be a full card because some of those early prelim fights are happening right now. But, we will obviously watch a couple of fights, co-main, and then we'll be at the main event soon enough. Has Devin Haney got knockout power, or is he more of a technical fighter taking it till the end? He's more of a technical fighter taking it to the end. So Devin Haney, I think what you can say about him is that he's got fantastic hand speeds. I think that he's one of the best defensive boxers out there. He has done a lot of work with the likes of Mayweather. And defensively, his footwork, his movement, head movement, just how evasive he is in general. He's absolutely one of the best out there. He doesn't really tend to carry too much in the way of knockout power. If you actually look, like, he's had 27 fights, 15 of them have come by knockout. So, I mean, it's not like the worst percentage in the world, but it does mean that 12 of his fights have gone to, or 12 of his victories have gone to decision. And as I said, it's not the worst percentage in the world, but he's not someone that's kind of known for that. It's not like he's had 20 fights, 18 knockouts or anything. But the same can be said for Kambosos. Kambosos has had 20 fights, 10 finishes by knockout. So Kambosos is only operating at about 50%. But what I would say is that Kambosos is definitely someone that is durable, pressure fighter, likes to move forwards, and is someone that really tries to bully, make his opponents uncomfortable. He's going to eat shots, but he'll throw shots. It's kind of, go through the fire type fighter to kind of, bring hell and everything that comes with it. That's Kambosos. Kambosos is just, there's no reverse on Kambosos. Kambosos is coming forward, pressure, throw in, volume, like trying to get through. He doesn't necessarily carry power either, Kambosos, which is why there's a good chance that this could go to decision. If it does go to decision, this is why I'm thinking Kambosos is going to get it. We're in Australia. I don't know if there's any Australian judges or not, but we know the judges can be swayed by just the atmosphere and the crowd, and that can be enough to get to judges sometimes. So if it goes the distance, I do think that Kambosos stands a very good chance of getting the result. Devin Haney is definitely someone that is technical. And when we say technical, we're talking about really knows how to use distance management, great footwork, constantly looking to counter. He's a very defensive fighter, excellent head movement, keeps his head off the center line. I think he can deal with the pressure that Kambosos is putting on him, but it's not going to be comfortable. Like Devin Haney is going to be uncomfortable, but he will throw shots. They will get through because Kambosos is hittable. And it just really depends where he's clipping him and where those shots are landing, because I can see him rocking Kambosos. I can see him rocking him, and who knows, he might even be able to get a knockdown on Kambosos. We've seen Kambosos get knocked down. Got knocked down against Teofimo Lopez. But, Devin Haney is not... I don't know that too many people are expecting that. I think the thing is that people are maybe expecting Haney to, wear down Kambosos. If Kambosos does get kind of put away in the later rounds, I can't see it being with, one shot. I can see it being more like a flurry and Kambosos already being hurt and it being like a shot to the body or something that just really, breaks Kambosos. But seeing Kambosos break is just something I'm struggling to visualize. I just can't visualize that. I can't see Kambosos breaking. He's just so durable. He's just made of rubber and steel, and he's just I can just see him just forcing himself to get to a decision, to be honest. I can really see this one going quite long. So, but Devin Haney is, as I said, wonderful fighter. Absolutely fantastic on defense. Naturally bigger as well. Naturally bigger fighter. He's very comfortable at that kind of slow to medium work rate, kind of plodding, kind of like a metronome, really. He's not like a really fast, exciting fighter. A little bit plodding, a little bit predictable, maybe. But someone that is very, very skilled, knows what he's doing, doesn't panic, and someone that is going to be very, very hard for Kambosos to beat. And as I said, people have got Devin Haney coming in as favourite. I mean, I can totally understand that, because I do think he is the better of the two fighters. You take away Kambosos' pressure and durability, and you've got a fairly average fighter there. I mean, his actual shot selection and everything is just seemingly a bit more limited, but I think his durability the pressure, the way that he's able to make his opponents uncomfortable, the volume that he's got, that makes up a lot of what Kambosos Jr. brings. But I don't mean that as a disrespectful thing. I'm not saying that he's only that, because I actually think that I've got him down for winning at the moment. I've got him down for winning. I think that I can see him getting it by decision. So I'm leaning Kambosos Jr., but it's so close. As I said, I might even be changing my mind because of Devin Haney's dad arriving. That's how close it is. It's like even Devin Haney's father arriving felt so significant. It really started making me think about, do I change over to my pick to Devin Haney now? Because I really think that's going to be a boost. Tony said the poll has got Kambosos. Well, I'll have a look at it right now. Let's have a look. So it seems like it's getting a little bit closer, which is understandable. I must admit, when the votes were coming in at the start, I was very surprised as to how wide it was. But right now it's getting a bit closer. We've had 239 votes, so votes coming in all the time. And we've got Kambosos at 56%, and we've got Devin Haney at 44%. So that's where we are with the community at the moment. And we've said before that once we get to around 250 votes on the poll, it doesn't tend to move that much. So once you get to around about 250 votes, it doesn't matter if it's 250 or 50,000. We've done UFC streams that have got to 50,000 votes in the poll, and it makes no difference really whatsoever as to whether it's 250 or 50,000. You seem to just reach a point where you've had a big enough sample size, and then from there, like, it really only tends to move a few percent. So I would say we're sort of getting to the point now where I think it maybe move 2 to 3%, but that would be about it. So right now, 57-43 to Kambosos Jr. I reckon that we could even get to 50,000 votes, and I'd be quite happy to say Kambosos Jr. would be just ahead, 52, 53%, something like that. I reckon it would be. So it'll be interesting to see if it does make any drastic changes. But right now, 57% of you reckon it will be Kambosos Jr. Haney is going to school Kambosos. This kid was born to be great. Well, do you know what? I mean, you're not wrong. 23 years old, 27 wins and 0 defeats, 15 KOs. Orthodox fighter, turned pro at the age of 17. I mean, this guy. And do you know what I love about him as well, about Devin Haney, is the fact that he is doing everything by the textbook. No cutting of corners. He is absolutely learning the sweet science. And he is doing everything that he needs to do. And going about it and really trying to become the best technical boxer that he can become. And I really respect that. I really respect that. No, he could easily try and cut some corners and just, abandon game plans and everything. But his ring IQ and his commitment to the game plans, I mean, sometimes it doesn't make him the most exciting of fighters to watch. But considering he's 23 and considering he's 27-0 and considering his main eventing and favourite in this fight, he's an incredible talent. He's an incredible talent. And I've got to, it's so hard for me because I really like Kambosos Jr. because I really like his attitude. Like, he's like the governor. He's just like, his self-confidence and belief and borderline arrogance, I think it is arrogance, is pretty incredible. But in a positive way. Like, his self-belief is, a joy to watch. He really believes in himself. He talks about, like, the challenges and the struggles that he's been through and everything. And I've just got, like, a load of respect for him. I mean, there wasn't too many people that fancied him against Teofimo Lopez, but he got the job done. It was a massive upset. It was a great stream as well that we did, and it was really enjoyable to just, like, live stream that moment and be a part of that moment with you guys. I've got a lot of respect for him. I really like him. But I really like Devin Haney as well. So Devin Haney, as you said, this young 23-year-old prodigy, really. I mean, I know that he's been fighting for a while, but he's a fantastic long-range boxer. He's a fantastic defensive boxer. The only thing is he hasn't faced like loads of great competition, great levels of competition. This is going to be a real test for Devin Haney. A real test. Not just because of the hostile crowd or having to travel all the way to Australia, but just I think Kambosos is going to really, really put him through the ringer. I can't wait. Cannot wait. Matt Carney said, I've recently come to appreciate the amount of research that you do for these fights. It helps build the story. Thank you so much. No, you're welcome, dude. I do try to research. I mean, I've actually got these are my notes that I have for Kambosos Jr., Devin Haney. I've even got notes for the co-main and everything. That's on top of all my notes for the UFC that we did. I mean, honestly, I just have notebooks that are just like this, absolutely rammed full of like different fights, different notebooks, and I've just got notebook after notebook after notebook. I can pick up a random notebook and it's got notes in it. So, yeah, I mean, I do talk quite a bit about like, oh, I can't do this on Thursday because I'm researching or I'm doing whatever. I do genuinely do a lot of research. But I'm glad that you find it useful. I massively find it useful as well because my memory is not always the greatest. We watch so many fighters and we watch so many fights that like sometimes a lot of stuff can just merge into one or can get confused, and it's like, you know, sometimes I can think like about someone being, you know, like have knockout power or something, then I go back and watch the fight and I'm like, that is not how I remember that going, and I can get like surprised by it myself sometimes. So yeah, without the research I'd be maybe getting a bit confused like a boomer. But no, I've gone back, watched old clips of some of their previous fight, watched Kambosos Jr. against Lopez, went back and watched some of Devin Haney's old fights as well, watched like some of the pundits, read some of the articles on the guys as well, I've watched the press conference and the weigh-ins, and just kind of followed the story of the fight, as you say, as well, about like how Devin Haney's father wasn't coming into the country and then last minute he does. And it's, as I said, I feel like that's significant to the fight as well. So, Matt, shout out to you, dude. I'm glad that you find it useful. I'm glad that you enjoy the streams. LJ said, can someone in the UK tell me where I'm supposed to watch this? I've got Now Sports, and it's supposed to be on, but it's not. It's on in about half an hour. So it's going to be on Sky Sports Arena. So if you are just joining us, it hasn't started yet. I think that if you're in America or something, it might have started on like ESPN, like some of the undercard stuff. Certainly if you're in Australia, I know the coverage is quite extensive over there because it's a massive event for them, obviously. So yeah, I know that there's a lot of coverage out there, but here in the UK, we've got it on Sky Sports, and the coverage for that has yet to start. Is it a sold-out stadium tonight? I haven't seen that announced. I know that during the press conference, which was only, 48 hours ago, they announced at the end as they were doing the face-to-face that there were still tickets available. How many tickets, I'm not sure. But they seemed very confident that it was going to be sold out, or at least close to sold out. So I think there's probably like, you know, it can hold maybe 50,000. Maybe they've sold about 45, 46,000, something along those lines. Like, it's going to be rammed. It's going to be a great atmosphere. It's not like they're going to walk out. It's going to be 5 people there. There's a lot of excitement for this one. And, you know, a lot of them tickets tend to sell last minute anyway. So I reckon it'll be either sold out or very, very close to it. Daniel said the UFC have been to that stadium behind you for Whittaker Adesanya 1 and Holly Holm Ronda Rousey. Yep. Very true. Good knowledge. It is where Holly Holm beat Ronda Rousey. Massive moment. Absolutely massive. One of the biggest moments in history of UFC. Nocto, hello, my friend. Said, thank you for the excellent watch-alongs. Glad you enjoyed them, dudes. You bring humour and knowledge to the streams. Look at you. Look at you. Chat is fine wine as always. God, you're just spreading the love everywhere right now, aren't you? No, I appreciate it, man. I really appreciate on these streams as well. As I say, we do pro wrestling streams, which is like the bread and butter of the channel. But on a Saturday, we tend to do like UFC streams. We already done that. UFC, I think, have got out the way of this fight. I don't know that for certain, but UFC would normally be on right now. But no UFC tonight because it was earlier today. So we've already managed to do that. So we've already done like 5 hours on UFC. Now here we are doing the boxing. But I really appreciate people joining us for these boxing streams because, as I said, you know, this isn't something that we tend to do as often as what I would like. But I'm desperately trying to find new ways of bringing the boxing onto the stream. You know, we're definitely going to be looking at AJ and Usyk. I want to do Inoue on Tuesday. His fighting, so I want to do that fight as well. So I've already got like that lined up as the next fight. But and I want to do the Daniel Dubois fight that's coming up also. Clarissa Shields, I think, is going to be... is it Savannah Marshall against Clarissa Shields later this year? Definitely want to look at that as well. So, yeah, look, we've got plenty of fights that I've got. The only, like, in my sights, the only problem we have is that it just all collides, doesn't it? You know, it's like wrestling shows on at the same time as boxing shows on at the same time as UFC shows, and it's just everything collides on a Saturday. Everything's, you know, Saturday's a busy, busy day. LJ says, cheers for letting me know. No worries, dudes. No, we're a lot of love in the chat today. Loving that. Daniel said the UFC has been in the stadium twice. I read that one. Excellent point. I don't know if you saw it. An AEW Eliminator match has been added to New Japan Dominion. It's going to be Tanahashi against some guy I've never heard of. Thoughts? Rubbish. Rubbish. I don't really understand why New Japan guys are fighting for an AEW belt. And I don't understand why the AEW side of it is also complicated. So, Amin said, imagine Hell in a Cell kickoff with Cody and Seth match first and the main event being Bobby, Amos, and MVP. That would suck. Ryan said, would you ever phase out wrestling and just do UFC and boxing? I don't think so. I mean, but wrestling is what the channel started with, and you know, it's still a passion of mine. I mean, like, it's not for everyone. I fully appreciate that. And I am also aware that there'll be people that might join us for UFC and might join us for boxing that have got no interest in pro wrestling. But that's absolutely fine. I really wouldn't expect people to watch everything that's on the channel or join us for every watch along. Just join us for the ones that you want to join us for, really. So I think what it is I just really love combat sports. I just love fighting. I love two people struggling in some kind of discipline. I'm quite happy to watch anything. Honestly, I was talking earlier about I was watching Karate Combat, and I was really enjoying that. And I've watched like Submission Underground, which is like grappling, and I really enjoy that. And I think for, like, when you're a kid, pro wrestling, I mean, I will hold my hands up, and I've got no problems admitting this. I believed pro wrestling was real when I was young. I've got no problems admitting that because I think the industry tries to convince you that it's real. Like, it wanted you to believe it was real. I certainly wasn't alone in believing it was real. So when I was young, I believed it was real. Obviously, as I got older, you start to, notice things, and like you and your friends talk, and like a friend might have a doubt, and that then puts a seed of doubt in your mind, and before you know it, then you discover the truth. But I think that the fact I got into pro wrestling, I think, shows like the fact that my passion for combat sports goes all the way back to when I was a kid. Fighting and two people battling to be the best. Well, that's the whole reason why I got into pro wrestling in the first place. That's the whole idea of pro wrestling, is who can be the best, who's going to beat the other person and become the best. So, you know, that played the biggest part of my youth. And then as you get older, you know, you get more into boxing or UFC or, you know, whatever it might be. And then they come in and, you know, they kind of grab your attention. But I've always just sort of kept in with wrestling. I've never dropped it. Just always sort of like, it's always still just been in my life. It's just easy to watch. It's a bit like, I suppose, the soaps. Do you know what I mean? Like all the different soaps that people watch. Days of Our Lives or whatever it might be. In the UK, we have like Coronation Street and EastEnders. I just sort of feel like pro wrestling's a bit like that. So I can't see it like being dropped. I mean, it'd have to be horrific. It would have to be absolutely god-awful and just not enjoyable to watch anymore, to be honest, in order for us to do that and just solely go with UFC and boxing. But, no, there's no plans to do that. Travis said, I only just found this channel and I love these streams. Oh, that's very kind, dudes. I wasn't expecting this to turn into a loving, but it's appreciated, all the kind words and everything. I'm glad that like people enjoy the streams and enjoy the conversations, and you know, it's cool, really cool. I mean, otherwise I'd be sat here just talking to myself. So I appreciate it a lot more than you lot do. I promise you that. So yeah, hopefully we're in for a really fun fight tonight in our main event. It is worth just taking a moment just to talk about our co-main event as well, because this one is going to be quite interesting. Jason Maloney is taking on Ashton Palikte. So Jason Maloney is coming in as a minus 800 favorite. This is for the WBC Silver Bantamweight and the WBO International Bantamweight Championships. Jason Maloney is hoping that he can get the victory here. He is heavy favorite too, and if he does, then it is expected that his next fight should be for a world title. He should certainly be in the conversation. So it's a real big one, this, because as we said, whoever wins this is going to be there or thereabouts for a title fight, and I really like that from a co-main. I do think that the co-main should really have something of significance riding on it. This one doesn't really have any big belts of sorts, but it's got a couple of belts, but nothing really that significant. But the winner here should definitely find themselves competing for a world title. Jason Maloney is 23 wins, 2 losses. Currently ranked number 2 by the WBC and number 3 by the WBO. And Ashton Palikte, he is ranked number 6 by the IBF. So he's got 28 wins, only 4 losses, 23 knockouts. These two are 2 very good fighters. As we said, Maloney definitely coming in as the favourite, but it is going to be a very interesting co-main. So I'm really looking forward to the co-main, and I'm really looking forward, obviously, to the main event. There's another couple of fights that we've got which look quite good, couple of heavyweight fights, actually. Really looking forward to seeing Junior Farr, who made his debut in 2016, is 19-1. His only loss came to Joseph Parker, which is no shame there. He's taking on Big Daddy Lucas Brown. So Brown, former WBA heavyweight champion of the world. He is in action. He's 43 years old now, though. 43 years old. And he is taking on Junior Farr. That is going to be a real interesting one. I do expect Farr to be able to get the result in that. I do expect him to get the win. But a very good, very well-experienced opponent for him. So that's going to be on the main card as well. So just a couple of fights there to be aware of. A couple of things to be aware of. There might be a couple of other fights as well. I don't actually know how many fights are on the main card. But I don't know if it's 4 or 5. But we'll obviously break down whatever it is once we actually get to the show, which will be in 20 minutes' time. 20 minutes' time. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Mystic Gohan said, decision is made. I'm going with Devin Haney as the new undisputed champion. Well, we were talking earlier about how It doesn't, like, you know, we were at about 260 votes. We're now nearly at 450 votes. And we said that it doesn't tend to move that much. And just to prove that point, I can tell you that Kambosos is still just edging it. 54%. 54% of people. So it's only actually, we've had 200 more votes. We're almost double the amount of votes we had when we last looked. And it's only moved a few percent. You know, it's come to down to 54%. Devin Haney, 46%. So definitely is divided opinion, but very, very close between the two. Almost 50-50. But it is Kambosos Jr. that still just got the advantage when it comes to who the community think is going to win. Haney is winning. I promise it is already written, says Jack 2021. Who have you got? X-Verse, shout out to you. Hope you are well. I'm going to go with Kambosos. I think that he is not going to want to lose in front of 50-odd thousand of his countrymen. I think that he has got incredible levels of drive, heart, fight, I mean, like, his ability is good, but I wouldn't say, like, necessarily great. I don't look at him as being someone that is this incredible, mind-blowing fighter. Like, for me, he is a very good fighter, and, you know, he's got some great shots, and, you know, he can get in there and throw hands, and he's got some nice power, and he's got some decent footwork, and I think he does, you know, he's a good... But what takes him to that next level, as I said, is that heart. It's that self-belief. It's just that will and desire, and I know that can only get you so far. But God, it plays a massive part. Really, really plays a massive part. I mean, and that was actually shown yesterday or the other day during the stare down. So after the press conference, they did a stare down. I don't know if you saw this or not, but they did this stare down between Devin Haney and Kambosos Jr. And nothing, you know, out of the ordinary there. But these two decided to stare at each other for, you know, about 5 minutes. They were just standing and staring, right, at each other. And neither guy was going to back down. And what it very quickly became, and you could tell that it very quickly became this, it became a contest of who is going to look away first. Which I know sounds like the most ridiculous thing in the world when you've got two boxers that are getting ready to punch each other's faces off. But it felt that way. It felt like who's going to be the first to back down. And they were both staring at each other, and it was so intense. It was so intense. I mean, no one was saying anything. No one was moving. No one was like, I don't even think anyone was blinking. They were just like, it just became who was going to be the first to blink, who was going to be the first to look away, who was going to be the first to, you know, give up and go, oh, this is stupid type thing. And of course it was Devin Haney. Devin Haney was the first to do that. Now, I don't read anything into that. I don't look at that and go, well, that means Kambosos is winning. Like, it doesn't mean anything. But it does kind of back up my point of that's exactly what Kambosos is all about. Kambosos is, it doesn't really matter what you're doing. I'm pretty sure that you could just play noughts and crosses against him. He is going to want to win. He is going to give his everything. He is going to, you know, be out for the kill. Giving up, I seriously don't think ever even came into his mind during that press conference. He'd be still standing there right now. He'd be there now. Like, they would have to, like, turn the lights off and then turn the lights back on in the morning. I think they'd both still be standing there. Because if Haney never gave up, Kambosos wasn't. He's just that kind of person. So I just think that mentality in front of 50-odd thousand people in a stadium, like, I think the only way that Haney's going to win is if he doesn't give Kambosos a chance. You know, I think it's going to have to be like a clean, cold knockout. And that's just not what I see Haney doing. I really can't see Haney knocking out Kambosos. I can't see that. The only way I can see it is if he wears him down. So, he gets his shots through. Kambosos is hurt. And because he's hurt, a shot that wouldn't normally put him away ends up putting him away. And ends up putting him down. So, in the cold light of day, you might look at that shot and go, wasn't much, was it? But 9 rounds in, 10 rounds in, after having wore down Kambosos, it's just the cherry on top. It's the straw that breaks the camel's back. I can potentially see that from Haney. I can potentially see that, and I think it's going to need something like that. But if it is going to need something like that, think of the amount of work that's going to have to go into that. If that is what it's going to take to win this fight, how hard is Devin Haney going to have to work? How much is he going to have to put? He's going to have to give everything. This is going to be such a test. Such a test. Devin Haney is amazing. He's a fantastic fighter. Nothing but love. Nothing but respect. But, oh my God, this is going to be a test. Someone like Kambosos Jr. just doesn't go away. He's just not going to be easy to put away. So, I'm leaning Kambosos Jr. by decision. I think by the time Devin Haney is getting to the point where he might be able to put Kambosos away, I think the fight will be over. And I think that Kambosos is going to out-volume Haney. And I think that he's going to make him uncomfortable. And I think he's going to have a game plan. And I'm leaning Kambosos. But I don't feel brilliant about it. I'm certainly not going to sit here and go, guys, this is the winner. This is the winner. This is who's winning. I ain't doing that because there ain't much in this. There ain't much in this at all. Haney has got past the victory. Kambosos has got past the victory, and that's what makes this such a fantastic event and such a fantastic fight. So exciting. We are going to crown the undisputed lightweight champion of the world. Someone walks away with the WBO, WBA, IBF, Ring Magazine, and WBC heavy lightweight titles of the world. It's going to be so exciting. Nocto, appreciate the support, my friend. Appreciate the support. Hope you are doing well. Meet Christian said Devin Haney will knock out Kambosos in the 8th round. LJ says, I know it probably won't happen, but I would absolutely love to see Haney knock out Kambosos. I think Kambosos has let the belts go to his head. That's interesting. Joe Cordina had an amazing win for us Welsh earlier, winning a world title in amazing fashion. Dylan, shout out to you. You mean they're going to cheat him like they did Pac-Man, says Machiavelli. Well, do you know what, right? Do you know what? That's an excellent point that you make, because that is what happened. I mean, like, we all remember, like, that fight and the fact that, I mean, wasn't it? Who was on commentary that was going crazy? Was it Teddy Atlas? I think it was Teddy Atlas, wasn't it, that was going crazy on commentary, like saying that that was a disgrace and all this kind of stuff. Like, you do have to take it into account about the fact that the judges. I mean, I don't know if there's any Australian judges, but yeah, to be honest, if it goes the decision, regardless of what's happened, you've got to know that they're gonna lean towards Kambosos. Like, seen enough boxing to know that it's not going to get called down the middle. They'll lean to Kambosos because there'll be pressure from, all the locals, 50-odd thousand people there as well. Like, I think what it comes down to is, like, where you've got those 50-50 rounds and you're like, you're trying to weigh up who gets it. I can see it being given to Kambosos Jr., yes. Yeah. I think if it's a 50-50 round and you're like, oh, man, that's close, which way do I go? I think it's going to be easier to go with the hometown guy, the guy that all these people in the arena, in the stadium have come to see. I can absolutely see that, so yeah. I think it will be easier for Kambosos to win a decision. And also, I do think that Kambosos out-volumes Haney as well. And I think that kind of work rate and pressure and potentially getting through more is going to work in his favour. So that's why I'm thinking Kambosos by decision is what I like the look of. But, I mean, listen, you'd be a fool to bet against Devin Haney because what a fighter. I mean, 23 years old, as he said, he is like a prodigy. So I love him as well. I've got nothing but respect for him. Kambosos is going to be my pick, says Master Chief. The weight cut freaked me out, says Bradley. Well, I mean, I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know how big of a problem that is. I mean, it didn't take him long to make that weight afterwards. It was definitely an inconvenience, but is that going to be a problem going into this event? Like, it's in the past now, innit? He's made the weight. He's had a sleep. He will have gone through his routine today. Like, I think it's all done. I do agree that if someone misses weight, then that is definitely a sign that the training hasn't gone quite right. But yeah, he made it in the end. That's the bottom line is he made it in the end. So massive shout out to Exclusive News Insider. Exclusive News Insider. Shout out to you. Really appreciate the support, my friend. Let's see what Exclusive News Insider says. Salute. I never knew you as a boxing purist as well. That is dope. I'm an amateur boxer out of Brooklyn, New York, and I also cover basketball and boxing on my channel. Wrestling is my first love, though. That's really cool. What is it? Don't super chat it, right? Because we're not trying to do that. But just put it in the chat so that people know what is the kind of content you do. When you say that you do like basketball and boxing on your channel, what is it that you actually do? Do you do like live streams? Do you do predictions? Do you do reactions? Do you do news videos? Do you do breakdowns? Do you do biographies? What is it that you actually do? Because people might be interested in checking you out. And so they should, if you do basketball, boxing, and wrestling. And that's cool as well that you're an amateur boxer coming out of Brooklyn, New York. Straight away, if you tell me that you are a boxer, if you're an amateur boxer that boxes out of Brooklyn, straight away you get extra bonus points in my mind. If someone says, like, I fight out of Brooklyn, I'm like, ooh. Do you know what I mean? If someone says to me, oh, I'm a fighter, I fight out of, like, I don't know, Plymouth in England, you go, oh. But if someone says Brooklyn, you go, ooh. Straight away, you get extra bonus points. So, Exclusive News Insider, shout out to you. Really appreciate the support. James said, do you like Joshua Buatsi? He's one of my favorites. Not someone that I've seen much of, so I can't comment, to be honest. But someone that is on the radar. There's quite a few that are on my radar at the moment, to be honest. But I think as we do like more and more, I wanna like dig deeper and deeper. You see, the problem is a lot of the boxing shows tend to be on at the same time as like UFC. So that's the biggest problem. And this is what I'm saying. Like, I really want to bring more to the channel. But, God, it's just so difficult because we are pretty committed to UFC every Saturday. So it means that we can't really dig in as much as possible. I mean, I was looking at, like, some of the events. I mean, we didn't even get a chance to watch Canelo. I wanted to watch Canelo against Bivol. I felt pretty good for Canelo on that as well. I know that it was him moving up a weight and going to like light heavyweight. I know it was a massive challenge, but you're crazy if you're going to bet against Canelo, you know. And so I kind of felt on that fight that it was like, well, if he's looked at it and said I can do it, who am I to doubt him? Who am I to think that he's not going to be able to get it done? So I quite fancied him against Bivol. But obviously he just couldn't get it done. So I think it's going to be I think it's going to be interesting, him against Triple G, and that is another fight that we are going to look to do on the channel. So I love the Smith brothers as well. Great fighters, yeah. Saw Smith, didn't we, recently? Wasn't he on the undercard of, God, what was it? Was it Taylor Serrano, wasn't it, when we did that? He was in the co-main. Oh, here we go. Exclusive News Insider said, I do trailer videos for fights coming up. Predictions, breakdowns, news, rumours for boxing. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna look and see if I'm subscribed, because I'm always looking at like boxing stuff, to be honest. Exclusive News Insider, and that's exactly what I need. I need that exclusive news, and I need an insider giving it to me. I am ashamed to say that I wasn't subscribed, but I am subscribed now. So there you go. Shout out to you, dude. Right. Poirier defeated McGregor in the third fight, says Texas. We seem to have similar interests. William, hello. Hope you are well. Right, if you are just joining us, we are 3 minutes away from going over to the coverage on Sky Sports. So we've been chatting away, amazingly. We've been chatting away for an hour, just talking about Kambosos, talking about Devin Haney, talking a little bit about the undercard. And we should be going over to the coverage very, very soon. What time is the fight? The fight is a little bit away. So we've got a bit of time to go, because I think they're saying the ring walks are going to be in about 2 hours. About 2 hours. It's actually not too bad. I mean, normally we do like UFC shows where the streams are like 7 hours long. So those can be quite draining, but yeah, this not as bad. Just a couple of hours, and then we will be at the ring walks for the main event. I won on Tapology. Well done, Adrian. 2 more hours to the main fight, just as I said, says IWDI. Thank you for the streams. Watch out for Tutai Aotero. Okay. That is not a name that means anything to me, but I can jot it down. I will jot it down. What is it? AOT Aterio. Aterioa. Aoteoa. What? Is that really what his name? Their name? Okay. Excuse me, that is true. I have done it for 9 years. Houston is better than Dallas, says Bloody Corpse. Who is your favorite boxer of all time or currently? Well, I mean, great question. I obviously have got a soft spot for the British fighters. So, I mean, for me, when I was growing up, the big fighter that, like, probably I remember first and was, like, always on TV would be Frank Bruno. And Frank Bruno would be probably, like, my first interaction with boxing from, like, the early 90s. But then that very quickly became Lennox Lewis, that would be on TV a lot. So when I was young, I would obviously, you know, it'd be the British guys that would be on TV. I mean, they probably did show some of the American, like all American bouts. But to be honest, if it made it onto my TV, if my parents showed any interest in it, it was probably going to be Bruno or Lennox Lewis. And then once I started to get like a little bit older, then, you know, I could start to branch out into other things. And, you know, of course, I'd seen like some Tyson by that point as well. And obviously I watched the Tyson Holyfield fight when he like bit his ear and everything. That might be actually the first fight that didn't involve any British fighters that really got onto my radar. And was actually even my parents were kind of interested in. Like, that was so big it didn't really matter that there was no British fighters involved. Like, that really grabbed the world's attention. And I remember seeing that. I remember watching that. So it was definitely on in our house. So that's probably the first fight I remember without any, like, British fighters involved. But, like, when it comes to, like, my favorite fighter of all time, I would say it's going to be a really obvious answer, so I do apologize for it, but I'm going to hold my hands up and say I actually don't know as much about them, like, and go I need to go deeper into them, and it's Rocky Marciano. So Rocky Marciano, who obviously retired undefeated, was obviously around. I mean, you're going back years and years and years. The stuff that I'm finding out about him all the time. Like, I didn't even know about the super fight with Ali. So this is something that kind of came to my attention, like, quite recently, actually, that he had a fight with Muhammad Ali, and it wasn't a real fight. So, oh God, it's so weird. But basically, Rocky Marciano retired undefeated, and he is, like, the GOAT, right? Then you've got, obviously, Muhammad Ali, who is regarded as the GOAT. And they, I think it was in, like, 1960-something, they actually had them fight. They had them do this fight. But what they did is they told them exactly what to do. So they had them fight 71-minute rounds. And during these rounds, they told them exactly, like, what to do. Because they got a computer to simulate how a fight would really have gone between them. And it was known as the super fight. And it was actually shown in cinemas. And they recorded this super fight. Of course, the shots weren't really landing. But the way they filmed it is they tried to make it look like they were. And it was called the super fight. And it came out in cinemas. And it was Rocky Marciano, who'd been retired by that point for about, I don't know, 9 years or something, against Muhammad Ali. And they were doing what a computer basically had predicted would have really happened during a fight. And the winner was predicted by the computer as well. And I didn't know anything about this. And I've never seen it. But there are clips that are on YouTube where you can see Rocky Marciano fighting Muhammad Ali. I mean, mind-flipping blown. Right? Mind blown. Talk about two fighters from just slightly different generations that are, like, in the ring against each other. And it's really weird, right? Because I've seen images of Rocky Marciano and Muhammad Ali, which I've just always presumed were photoshopped. I've just never really, like, I don't know, in my life, it's never really come up. And I've just always naturally presumed that they were just photoshopped images or whatever. But I'm guessing now that they were actually just stills from this event. And it's crazy because, like, unfortunately, it didn't make the money they were hoping for, so they couldn't do any more. But they wanted to use the computer to, like, do more. So, anyway, that's a whole separate thing. But, yeah, I'm really, like, really enjoying digging more into Rocky Marciano. And I know, like, the headline stuff, of course, but, like, you know, stuff like that, that's great. Stuff like that blows my mind. Love all that. Ash says that Australia could have 2 undisputed champions in 2 different weight classes after Kambosos wins and Soizu gets his chance soon. Kamala Hayes wins. Twitter just told me who won one of the games, says Sam. Right, we are just seeing inside the stadium. So we are looking around inside Marvel Stadium. The coverage on Sky has begun. As we said, they're just doing a few video packages and everything. Very... Oh, yeah. He was I forgot to mention, he was calling him an informer. And he was calling him a rat. Because when Kambosos fought Teofimo Lopez... Apparently, Devin Haney was getting in touch with Kambosos, giving him loads of inside information. Just saying, like, look, you need to look out for this, you need to do this. And Kambosos now is throwing it back at Devin Haney, calling him a rat, saying he sold out his fellow countrymen. Kambosos says he acts like a gangster, but he's not a gangster. He's as fake as that belt. Honestly, the way that Kambosos comes across, though, he comes across like a bad man. I really like Kambosos. He's got such great self-belief in himself. Mike Tyson fought an actual computer once, says Sam. Have you heard of an American boxer called Ryan Garcia? Yes. My brother-in-law really likes him. Is he good? He is good. People are waiting for him to, like, get those big fights, though. So, I don't actually know. Has he got, like, anything coming up, Garcia? He's a very good-looking guy, very active on social media. He's got a big following. As we said, very much a social media darling. His last win was a unanimous decision win back in April of this year. He does have a fight coming up in July, taking on Fortuna on July 16th. So he does have a fight coming up. But yeah, you know, he's beaten Luke Campbell. He's beaten Tagoe. He's going to be... He's definitely... like someone that's grabbing attention. He is ranked the 6th best lightweight by Ring Magazine. Just seeing the face-to-face between Haney and Kambosos. Grimes got the title and loses to Carmelo. I want Ryan Garcia to fight Ortiz, says Bloody Corpse. British Soundboard Pranks says, how many fights are on Sky Sports? I saw 11 undercard matches, but I'm not sure if some of them are televised. No, there's going to be a good chunk that aren't going to be televised. So apparently Ring Walk's going to be in about an hour and a half. So I think there's probably a really good chance that we get about 2 fights, maybe 3 before we actually go to the main fight. So yeah, there's plenty of time, but we're not going to have to try and squeeze in 11 undercard fights. I mean, that'd just be cruel, wouldn't it? That would just be cruel. Boxing will be tonight. Let's go. It's going to be fun. Ozzy said, did you stream England? I didn't know. We were doing... what was we doing? We was doing UFC at the same time. So we did UFC. I saw that England lost, and I'm not too worried about it. I did manage to listen to England's manager talk after, just saying, like, look, the heat seemed to get to us. The players are tired. You know, we've got a few injuries at the moment. We're trying a few new things as well. We tried several new players today. A lot of disruption, and the end result is we ended up losing 1-0. It's not great. It's not what we wanted. It is disappointing, but there's reasons for it. So not too down about it, but not ideal. So we'll see if they can bounce back on Tuesday. Right, we are seeing inside the stadium lovely sweeping shots of the stadium, and we've got we're just going down the where the boxers will come down the ring walk. There is the ring, and here is the tail of the tape. So Kambosos Jr. is 28, Devin Haney 23, and the reach advantage, we've already got it up on screen. The reach advantage is with Devin Haney, 3-inch reach advantage. How important is that going to be? I would say the 3 inches on a reach advantage is significant. 56% knockout rate for Haney, 50% for Kambosos Jr. Haney has boxed 162 rounds, Kambosos Jr. 150. they're just going through the odds as well. Did you like Prince Nassim? Of course. It's a very exciting fighter, Prince Nassim, wasn't he? It's kind of crazy how he's ballooned up now, but yeah, used to love watching Prince Nassim and Ricky Hatton, and Ricky Hatton's coming back this year. So Ricky Hatton is going to be someone that I'm hoping we can watch on the channel. Again, it's so hard because I just don't know if it's going to collide with UFC. We'll have to see. Right, here we go. Here we go. First fight is going to be Lucas Brown taking on Junior Farr. Yes. Oh, I'm excited for this. We spoke about this earlier. Junior Farr only lost to Joseph Parker. I'm looking forward to this. So, Farr against Brown. And these two are in the heavyweight division, of course. Brown is former WBA heavyweight champion. He's 30 wins, 26 knockouts, great power. Really does. He's got a good size to him as well. Good size to him, and just a big boy. Big Daddy is his nickname. Turned pro in 2009. Boxed 150 rounds. He has been stopped in all 3 of his losses, though. An exciting fighter to watch. He's got the experience advantage. Not got the best chin. So definitely Junior Farr can get at him. And only 4 of his fights have gone the distance. Okay, we've got, they do this a lot in, like, Australian sports, where they get, like, the Aboriginal. So they always do this, where they get, like, a Aboriginal person to kind of, I don't know if it's a blessing of, like, you know, the sporting event, but you see it in, like, rugby, and you see it in cricket, and we're seeing it here in boxing. Each to their own. Plastic seats are so cheap, says Retribution. Yes. Surely they could have got better ringside seats for the money that fans are paying. Perhaps they get to keep the seat. If you pay more, the closer you get, maybe you get to take that home. I mean, if you go several times, you could have a set. I think, actually, if you go 6 times, you get the table. So, okay, she's got a leaf in her hand. Aboriginal Great Word Days. What is someone's nan doing on the stage, says Almighty Nick. Don't know, but she said a few words, and I don't know if she got it slightly wrong or not, but as she walked away, she went... Messed that up. And off she went, off she shuffled with the leaves. Mine and Lucas Brown's last name is the same spelling, and we are not related. Well, that's good to know. Right, here we go then. We've got the ring walks. Junior Farr, who has boxed 94 rounds, made his debut in 2016. A really good amateur career. 19 wins, 10 knockouts. Lost to Joseph Parker in his last fight. And that was back in February of 2021. Might have a little bit of ring rust as a result. decent power, better chin, and a reach advantage as well for Junior Farr. 10 rounds of heavyweight boxing is what we've got coming up. And I think, you know, after this is just the co-main and then the main. Big smile on the face of Lucas Brown. Fire shooting up into the air as well. Oh, it's all happening. It's all happening in the Marvel Stadium. Did you see that AJ's new trainer is Robert Garcia, and he'll bring back the old AJ that will bully Usyk and will use his weight and power. Thoughts? It's going to be hard. I mean, you can put the pressure on Usyk, but Usyk can slip, move out the way, catch Joshua. I've got Usyk winning that fight, and I'm British. But Usyk's a pound for pound and great, and he's already shown that he belongs. I mean, he almost put Joshua away at the end of that fight. If that fight had been another round, he might have actually knocked Joshua out. So I know there's going to be a new game plan, but I don't know. I'm not feeling great for Joshua. I'm not feeling great for British heavyweight boxing, actually, because Joshua's obviously up against it, and Tyson Fury's walked away. So that sucks. Junior! Farr! Big intro for Junior Farr. Minus 1,500. Haney by stoppage will not go past 7. Peace, says Glenn. I've got AJ winning that fight, says Edwards. Sam says they fire kangaroos into the crowd before the main event. God, I hope that's true. That would be so Australian. Imagine if what they did is they shot boomerangs out from the stadium, and then like they end up like coming straight back and colliding and breaking all the windows and everything. That would be fun. Because that's the problem with a boomerang. Comes back, doesn't it? I had a boomerang. Mine never flipping came back. I had a boomerang. It was like a bit of wood bent like this. Proper boomerang. I don't know who bought it me. I think someone went to Australia and they brought me a boomerang back. And like you go like that, and I could not get it to come back. It just used to go straight into the ground. I think you have to use like magic or something. I don't know. Aboriginal magic maybe. Ain't got none. There's a shortage of that in the UK. That was a scary scream. Yeah. I'm doing bad on my NXT predictions. I'm 0 for 3 and there's only 6 matches. Listen, at this point, you might as well just hope you get them all wrong. Haney has got a clear size advantage. Haney is the bigger fighter, yes. When is the Haney fight? Is it today or tomorrow? Should be ring walks in about an hour and 40 minutes. Zachary says same here. Oh, what did you have one? Moldy says same. I know. What's that all about? Surely they're like, do you know what I mean? Meant to be kid proof, whereby you chuck it. Surely they could make one that even for kids came back. Just like that. Sucks. You bought me a broken one. I want a refund. My boomerang's broken. Straight. Not happy. Wrestler with Andy said Prince Nassim was another UK boxing legend back in the day. Always had great entrances. And a real passion for leopard print. Right, here we go then. We've got Junior Farr, aged 32, taking on Lucas Brown, who's 43. Definitely the age advantage is with Junior Farr. It's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to this. But not bad little fight for an undercard, this one, you know. Right, gloves are being touched, and we're about to get underway with our first fight. Junior Farr, Lucas Brown. Here we go. Still very empty inside the stadium. So, 10 rounds, heavyweight action, Junior Farr versus Lucas Brown. It's a bit, at the moment, these two getting in close. Trying to measure that range. Couple of quick left-hand jabs. By Farr, again, just jabbing, keeping Lucas Brown back. Lucas Brown. He's a big guy. He's a big guy. He's got loads of tattoos, covered in tattoos. Into the clinch, referee coming in, separating them. Nothing much between them at this stage. It's Brown that's got the center ground. Coming in, and nice left hand there by Farr. And again, breaks apart. That was a nice shot. Oh, has he knocked him out? Oh, Brown, that was big. Farr's trying to get up, but he's so wobbly. Oh, my God, look at him. It's like, oh. Man, he seemed proper out of it then. He's going to let it continue. Brown senses blood. That was a heavy moment, big moment. Wow! Junior Farr goes down. Junior Farr goes down. Junior Farr is a minus 1,500 favorite. Couldn't see exactly what he got him with. Oh, he's down again! And that's it! Oh, Lucas Brown! God, he is so off. Wow. Wow. Big statement made by Lucas Brown. Big statement. I tell you what as well, Junior Farr, who's only lost one fight, and that fight was against Joseph Parker. There's a right hand. It's hard to see actually. Oh God, yeah. There's a right that kind of comes round. Oh, and it clips him here. There's a right that comes round and it gets him there, and he's just out. He goes down, and honestly, watching him struggle to get back to his feet was stunning. Watching him trying to get back, he was like Bambi on ice. You could see every fiber was forcing him to get up, but his legs just weren't working. And he was like, and he's trying to get up, and getting up is just so hard for him. And he gets up, and then he proves to the ref he's all right. And then boom, it goes, like, you know, they carry on, and he goes down again. And that was it then. And do you know what? It's the same shot again that puts him down. It's a right hand that kind of comes round right here. Twice he landed that. And twice it worked and put him down. That is a hell of an upset. First round. Brown made it look easy, said D-Gamer. Brown looks like the geezer that you'd meet down at the pub. That guy is definitely on peds, says Mystic Gohan. When you order Brody King off Wish. Big Daddy. That is a big result as well for Big Daddy. Lucas Brown, age 43, has won 31 and he's only lost 3. They're saying maybe the winner of Daniel Dubois and his fight next week, maybe the winner ends up facing this Lucas Brown. I am so down for seeing him against Daniel Dubois. Him against Daniel Dubois. Sign me up. He's a good fighter as well, Junior Farr. He's a good fighter. The damage was done, really, I think, after that first knockdown. I mean, the momentum and everything was with Lucas Brown. I've got AJ winning the fight. I think that he KOs Usyk. Okay. Wow. Oh, right, we've got... That was our first fight. We do have another one before we go to the co-main. Himi Ohio is coming up next. Quite an interesting prospect, but damn, man, I don't know that we're going to see a finish as good as what we've just seen there. That was quite the statement by Lucas Brown. I was not expecting that at all. At all. Adrian said that is awesome. Really fun. Never seen Farr get mashed up like that, says Sporting Central. No, as we said, only lost once before, and that was to Joseph Parker, and there's absolutely no shame in that. Absolutely no shame in that. Good, though. Really, really funny, isn't it? Like, I've got written here, like, on my notes, I've got early round stoppage, question mark, right? But I am going to be completely honest. I thought that would be for Junior Farr. Early round stoppage. Farr should have covered up and tried to move because Lucas was just waiting for that overhand right around the straight left. Hell in a Cell tomorrow. Yes, we are streaming that. LJ said if AJ beats Usyk, he'll make history. He'll be the first fighter in history to lose the title and win it back in the immediate rematch twice. Kaysen says, do you think the main event will be a good fight? Do I think it'll be a good fight? I do, yes. I think it's going to be an absolute war. I think that Kambosos Jr. doesn't know how to do anything other than just come forwards. Throw bombs. I mean, like, when I say throw bombs, I mean throw heavy-looking shots, but he doesn't really carry, like, the kind of power of, like, a Tank Davis. But, you know, he throws, and he's going to put the pressure on, and he's going to ask questions and make it awkward. Devin Haney's going to have to be very watchful. He's going to have to be very defensive, which is what Haney does best. He's going to have to try and be evasive, try and find countering opportunities. It's going to be really interesting. Kambosos will not allow that main event to be a boring fight. So, yeah, I do think it'll be a good fight. I think any fight that's got Kambosos in is going to be a good fight. What time is Kambosos against Haney? It's going to be in about an hour and a half. About an hour and a half. So, yeah, about an hour and a half, then we will be at our ring walks for our main event tonight. There's no way that Shakur is better, says Herbert. Is the co-main coming up now? No, they've actually got one fight. There was a fight that I thought was going to be on the early prelims, which I don't know if they've held it back or whatever, but it'll still be all right. It'll still be fun. It's going to be Himi Ohio who is 18-0. He's got 13 knockouts. He's only fought 60 rounds, but yeah, a bit of a prospect. I suppose it's time for him to get moving, really. I mean, 18-0 is fine, but 31, time is starting to drift away, isn't it? So he's stronger, faster, he's got better ring IQ, he's got great cardio, he's got a lot going for him. Minus 1,500 favourite for Himi Ohio. He's taking on Christian Tazoy, who is took the fight on short notice. He's got 5 wins, 4 losses, 4 knockouts. Tough but beatable. Very durable. Himi Ohio is going to have to work, but I can't see it being a problem. I actually thought this fight was on the prelims. I didn't realise they were putting it on the main card. So it looks like we've got this, and then we'll have the co-main. So, as we said, about an hour and a half to go. Sometimes these things, you know, it can be a little bit delayed. How many matches till the main event? I think we're looking at 2. The record attendance for this stadium was set by UFC 243, which was 56,000. Do you think this event will do close? I think it could get close. I mean, they're saying 50,000. They've been talking 50,000 in the build to this. So I also know that it wasn't sold out though. But I know there's been a lot of talk of 50,000. That's the number that's been bandied around. But I can see it coming in at being 40-something thousand. But who knows? I mean, if there's been a late surge, then they might have got it to 50,000. It's hard to tell. I mean, right now there's still quite a few empty seats, considerable amount of empty seats. But I do think a lot of people are going to rock up for the main event. They're just showing Kambosos. Obviously, that first fight with a first round finish means that there's probably a little bit of time to kill, because we're all right for time. We've got plenty of time. This Himi Ohio fight is only 8 rounds. So that's why I thought it was going on before the 10-round Junior Farr fight. But who won out of Farr and Brown? It was Lucas Brown. Lucas Brown, first round finish. Totally didn't see that come in. Who won against Polite and Maloney? That's at co-main, so we haven't had that yet. Do you think Haney wins? I'm leaning Kambosos, but there's not much in it at all. And actually, Haney's father arriving might have swung things in a different direction. There's nothing in it. There's really nothing in it. I can see paths to victory for both, but I just think that it might be easier for Kambosos, because Kambosos, his strategy is to just put the pressure on, keep moving forward, keep throwing, keep driving Haney back, and I can just see that being successful and winning in rounds. Haney has got to really get through some significant strikes. He's going to be out-volumed. So he's got to cause damage, and Kambosos is really durable. So it's hard to see how he's going to cause that damage. And I'm thinking, if Kambosos drags it to a decision, I do think the judges will be on his side as well. So Kambosos by decision is what I fancy happening. But Devin Haney is a wonderful fighter that could absolutely wear down Kambosos. Said before, there could be a late stoppage to Haney because he wears down Kambosos. And then he's able to land a shot which doesn't look that great, or isn't a shot that, would typically put Kambosos away. But because Kambosos has been wore down, it's the shot that puts him away. I can totally see that happening. Should have put some money on Lucas Brown at plus 800. I know, John. Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. I was like, damn, wish I'd put some on that. If you put $100 on it, you'd have $800 back and your 100, so 900. I mean, that is, do you know what I mean? Pretty tasty, innit? Pretty tasty. If you'd put some money on that. Yeah, it's a gamble, though, innit? I mean, you could easily have just lost it all in that. I mean, he was quite a big underdog there, Lucas Brown. Do you think Kambosos can hurt Haney? I don't know. I mean, I think he can hurt him, but hurt him to the point where he's putting him away. I don't think so. I don't think so. Haney's never been knocked down, but then equally in question because it's like it makes you think about like Haney's defense, and he's a wonderful defensive fighter. It's going to be really hard for Kambosos is going to have to throw a lot just to land a little bit. Like, he's not going to have a very high accuracy in this fight. I can see him landing, like, who knows, 20-odd% of his shots, 25, 30, something like that. Normally is much, much higher, but I can see it being a case that Devin Haney is going to make it very, very difficult. Very, very difficult to for shots to get landed on him. So, yeah, I think we're in for a treat. I think we're in for a very engaging contest, and I think that Devin Haney is going to defensively be very solid. He'll get a few shots through. I think that I'm quite fancying decision. And that's what I'm leaning towards. And I think if it goes decision, then I think it's going to be Kambosos. Right, we are going to move on to our next fight. Right. Christian Soy. So we've got some more heavyweights making their way down. Christian Soy. I haven't lost a bet on a main event for about a year, so I'm doing well, apart from Taylor Serrano. Who are you going for then, LJ? This is, I had this as 8 rounds. Apparently it's 6 rounds. Less rounds than I thought. Haney wins by distance. If Kambosos can't knock him down out, Haney knows when and when not to throw, says Lewis. It's fair. Yeah. I'm going to make my boxing comeback in August. I've not had a fight since 2015. John said we need more likes. Yeah, if you are watching and you've not dropped a like, leave a like. It massively helps the channel and the stream, and I hope people are enjoying the action. We are getting closer, about an hour and 20 minutes away from the main event. So we are getting closer all the time to that main event. Right, Christian Tzoy has got into the ring, so he's had his ring walk. I think it is the co-main after this. The boys are about to throw down, says Sporting Central. LJ said, if it's going to be a knockout, I think it will be Kambosos around round 10. Do you know when the main event starts? It's meant to be in about an hour and 20 minutes. About an hour and 20 minutes. EEEA says, your mom. Love her, your mum joke. Always welcome. I've got a few bets down, but my biggest one is on Kambosos round 10 knockout or technical knockout. What are the odds for a draw? That's a good question. Do you know what? I don't even know if I jotted down like the odds for a draw. I've got a few different odds jotted down, but I don't think I jotted down the odds for a draw. I don't. I've got the odds for Kambosos winning. I've got the odds for Kambosos by knockout. I've got the odds for Kambosos by decision. I've got Haney winning. I've got Haney by knockout. I've got Haney by decision. But I don't have an odds for a draw. So let me see if I can find that. Kambosos. BetMGM has Haney installed as favorite. Kambosos is the underdog. Yeah, but what's the draw? Haney on points. Oh, plus 1,600. Plus 1,600 for a draw. So that means that if you bet $100 and it is a draw, you would get $1,600 back. It's not bad, is it? Not bad at all. 16 to 1. 17 to 1, but what are the chances? Betfair has got it 21 to 1. Gee, I've got it 16 to 1. My God, get to Betfair 21 to 1. 21 to 1. 21 to 1. Damn, man. Put $100 on that. You get 2,100 back. I mean, it's an outside chance, but God. Haney, knockout round 4 to 5th round, says Bonkers. Do you think Kambosos can hurt Haney with a combination like Linares did, says Chico Bean? I think Kambosos can hurt Haney. I don't know if he's going to finish Haney. Haney's not been knocked down and is someone that has got a great defense. I think that he is going to be prepared and ready for Kambosos. I think that he will get clipped by Kambosos. Kambosos is going to get through. He throws too much. So I think, yeah, there's a chance that he's going to hurt him and he's going to get through. But is he going to put him away and knock him down? I can't see that. Can't see it. Right, here we go. We are underway with our next fight, second fight on the main card. First round, 2 heavyweights swinging away. This can only go 9 rounds. Big heavy shots coming in by both guys. Lovely head movement. Lovely head movement by Ohio. Yeah, that is true. They're saying that Ohio is firm favorite here, and he should absolutely win this. But he will have just seen that Junior Farr defeat. So, upsets are absolutely not off the cards here. Nice. Lovely left hand. That seemed to get through by Ohio. Lovely right hand uppercut, and he's starting to pull ahead now. Zoy is coming forward, though. Throwing back, trying to drive Ohio back against the ropes. Nice, lovely uppercut. Getting driven back. Lovely left hand straight down the middle by Zoy. Ohio in the center. These two in the clinch. Lovely left hand straight down the middle, but nicely defended. Still a lot of empty seats in there. A lot of empty seats. Yeah, he is beginning to go to work here. Into the final minute. Ohio doing really well. Uppercut. Zoy, yeah, taking a deep breath. Couple of jabs coming in. Big right hand there by to Zoy. Fight is on ESPN in the US. US is not showing this fight right now. Oh, can you not see this fight in the US? Has it not started in the US or something? It's 2 heavyweights that we've got. It's only 6 rounds. To Zoy. Looks like he's tiring a bit already. He's got 5 wins, 4 losses. He's not got a great record. And that's the end of the first round. Boom. Boom. Guess this fight wasn't as big as they expected, says Velzak. I think it will still do well, but I would say there's a lot of empty seats. I mean, those seats must be sold. I can't believe these ringside ones aren't. So I'm guessing there's just a lot of people that are going to rock up quite late, to be honest. Haney is going to get stopped, says the no limit spot. Is that it? Zoy has retired. Injury to his elbow or something. So that's it. It's called. To Zoy's elbow, apparently. God. Well, that was a sham, wasn't it? Oh, your elbow. Oh, dear. His elbow. Oh. They're just having a look at his elbow now. That was it. Pff, thanks for coming. Thanks for coming to Zoy. It's over. Yeah. It's over. I mean, he was tiring as we were getting to the end of that round anyway, and he wasn't looking great. I would imagine that's going to be really frustrating for Hayo. I mean, it's great to get a victory, but God, what has he managed to achieve there? Apart from another win, I suppose, in the win column. Went 11-3 on the UFC card, took a nap, and it was over. LJ said fixed. Oh, Diddums. Oh, is your elbow hurt, mate? Have you got a boo-boo? Grow up, yeah? This is the fight game. Cut the arm off and go for the second round. It's just, honestly, I don't know what's happened. I don't know what's happened to the world. Best fight of the night. I am sleep happy seeing that fight. I will sleep happy seeing that fight. It's a great fight. Great fight. I think we'll talk about this fight for a long, long time. You know, I mean, it's going to be right up there with Rumble in the Jungle, innit? The Thriller in Manila. This will be the Sleeper Down Under. Did you see the Sleeper Down Under? The Quitter Down Under. The Boo Boo Down Under. Was you there to watch the Boo Boo Down Under? That actually sounds a bit dirty now I'm saying it out loud repeatedly, so I do apologise for that. Effing suck it up, yeah. That's the spirit. I could understand it if Jeff Horn was fighting and it was his elbow, says Darren. Devin Haney, unanimous decision, says Tim. Well, I tell you what. Yeah, snowflakes. That's exactly what we are. I mean, I'd never say it to his face or within, like, 20 miles of him. And actually, now I'm getting a bit nervous that I'm saying it on the internet at all. In fact, I've changed my mind. I think that was fine. I think that was absolutely fine. If anything, he showed great heart to get through that first round. I'm giving well done to Zoy. Well done. Well done. Great heart to get through that first round. There was no guys, that is off. That is off. You should be ashamed of yourselves. You can't continue with that. Look at his arm. Look at his arm. It's a bit red. Can't expect him to continue. He's showing great heart there. He's showing great heart. Well done. Well done, Tazoi. Yeah, Tazoi's my spirit animal, to be honest, after that. When I grow up, I want to be like Tazoi. I want to show the heart and the fight of Tazoi. Because for him to get through that first round the way that he did, legend. Legend. And if he does by any chance get to see this, nothing but respect. I'm gonna clap. I'm gonna clap again. I'm gonna clap again. Absolutely brilliant. Did you see the size of him? He's flipping massive. Well done. Well done. Well done. Right. So that was a meaningless fight that stole time from my life. But we are moving forward. I think it means that we are gonna have co-main event. But God, they might make us wait for that a little bit because we've still got an hour. About an hour and 10 minutes to go until we get to the main event. So there might be a bit of a delay or so. We'll have to wait and see. John said, Days is like me. I only insult people when I am inside a bunker 1,000 kilometers away. Absolutely. Absolutely. I've got no spine. No spine whatsoever. I've got no spine. I've got no integrity. I mean, apparently these are meant to be like noble things, but forget that. I'm all about self-preservation. Do you know what I mean? I'm all about self-preservation. I am quite happy to insult people as long as they are drastically smaller than me. That is my the motto that I live my life by. I will insult, bully, and pick on people as long as they are considerably smaller. Anyone bigger gets nothing but respect. Nothing but absolute respect. And I think what some of you were saying there, especially James Chadwick, who seemed to be really outspoken against Tazoi there, should be ashamed. Should be ashamed. This fight was on the same level as George Groves versus Carl Froch at Wembley. Absolutely. Absolutely. LJ said, he's coming for you, bruv. I could see it in his eyes. He heard you. It is true, because he was doing this, and all of a sudden he went... I think someone had the stream on their phone in the crowd or something, and he just heard one of you guys saying something. So, got to remember, this is being beamed around. Sometimes I forget that, how these streams are being beamed around the world. It wouldn't matter if Tank re-signed to Mayweather or not. He's still under Showtime, said Reginald. Was he a big lad? Yes, he was. He was a big lad. Yes. Joey says, Pillow Fist Haney. Gervonta can't sell a fight without Mayweather. Do you think that's true? Big draw last week, you know. So many people joined us last week. Really, like... I'd like to think it was me, but I think it was probably more Tank Davis. Very, very popular fighter. Very popular. I don't know. I think he'll be all right. I think he'll be all right. Haney had no knockouts in his last 4 championship fights, says Nocto. British Soundboard Prank said, plot twist, Tazoi's arm is fine, he just fancied a pint of Foster's. Apparently they don't have Foster's in Australia. Apparently it's something that they've sold to us in the West as like, oh, check out this amazing Australian lager. And then you show it to an Australian and they're like, what's that? Oh, Struth, what's that, mate? And you're like, do you know what I mean? It's like your water. Isn't this what you drink every day? Isn't this what you have for breakfast? But they don't have it. We've been lied to. Can't believe it. Mayweather didn't do nothing to do with the fight and Tank still sold it, says Reginald. Creed brothers are the new tag champs. Right, we've had 1,200 votes. 1,200 votes. And again, Kambosos, 53%. Devin Haney, 47%. So Kambosos just slightly ahead. Kambosos just slightly ahead, but he is edging it. And we've had now just over 1,000 votes in the poll. Big thank you to everyone that's joining us. And we are getting closer, I promise you, to that main event. We've actually been streaming for nearly 2 hours already. Flies, doesn't it? Flies. Almost been doing 2 hours on the stream. We're about an hour away from the main event, so we are building towards that. Tank. More like stank, says Joey. Rooting for Haney. Kambosos has the power to put him down, says Tone E. Antonio Boxing said, is the main event next? No. It's the co-main, but the co-main's quite interesting. We might just have to wait a little while for the co-main, though. The Creed brothers win the tag titles to stay with Strong and Nile. Is the main event next? Nope. Co-main event next. We are just seeing shots of the Marvel Stadium. Looks nice. These aerial shots look cool. Oh, it'd be interesting to have a look inside that stadium, though, with an hour to go and see how many empty seats there are still. But it's a great stadium. It looks great. I'm surprised that it can't hold more, to be honest. I mean, it looks a really decent-sized stadium, so I'm surprised, like, it's only, what, 50, 60,000? I mean, it looks like it should be, like, an 80,000 type thing. Right next to some train tracks. We've got, I think this must be, like, a drone shot or something. It looks cool. Jesse, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Thank you for joining us. Aaron said Haney has got the jab over him, but George is more experienced. Right. Right, here we go. Next fight. What have we got now? Is it the co-main? Who? I don't even know who this is. Who's this? Have we just grabbed a fighter from somewhere? Oh, Kareem Matala. Oh my god, I thought that what's going on? 5-round cruiserweight. I think we're honestly, I think we're pulling out fights now from anywhere just to try and fill the time. This is Kareem Matala, who I didn't even do much research on because he's got a record of 2-1. He's won two. I think I've got a better record than that. Taking on David Naika, who's 2-0. Jeez. We've just gone from, like, former WBA heavyweight champion Lucas Brown, who's, like, 30-3, in a big, like, heavyweight contest, might now go on to face Daniel Dubois. Now here we are with Kareem Matala. Yeah, that sounds like something out of Lion King. Taking on David Naika. 2-0 against 2-1. Jeez. This had pay-per-view, like, prelims written all over. Oh, my God. He's got Boba Fett mask on. Why would you wear a Boba Fett mask? Why would you wear a Boba Fett mask? I mean, you're clearly not Boba Fett. Are you? I mean, you're clearly not. No, I hate him now. No, smile on his face. He looks a bit like Austin Theory's older brother. Matt, shout out to you. Matt says, Boxing Commission considering having both fighters executed on the spot if the fight goes the distance, saying public want to see knockouts. Thoughts? Listen, I like violence. I like peril. But I'm not sure I want to see fighters executed. I feel like we've left those days behind us. It's crazy, isn't it, to think that people used to go to, like, well, I suppose in a way they still do in America. But, like, I was about to say, it's crazy how people used to go to, like, public executions. Like, people used to go to, like, hangings. Just watch as someone had their head chopped off. And, like, or guillotine. Do you know what I mean? They'd gather around, like, cheering as someone was dragged out and had their head chopped off. Like, that was something people actively went to watch. I mean, like, I suppose, like, with any executions in, like, America, that's, I mean, I don't really get, I don't think, like, anyone can just go. I think it's, like, maybe, like, you know, the family of the victims or something, I don't know. I don't really think about it, to be honest. But certainly here in the UK, we've left those days behind. So, yeah, I can't say that I'm too eager to bring that back. I like to see people fighting, having to dig deep, using their skills. Don't mind a bit of blood. I've seen the odd broken bone, survived. So I don't mind that. But I'm not eager to see executions. Boba Fett is trending on Disney Plus. Yeah, but make your own name. Do you know what I mean? I don't even know who that was. Who was that? Oh, it's Naika. David Naika is the one that did it. I mean, make your own name. Do you know what I mean? Come down with, like, your own creation. Get your own mask. You don't need to come down dressed as Boba Fett. That already exists. Come down as Boba Fett. Boba Fett. Boba Fett. Come down as someone different, your own creation that you can use as part of your ring walks going forwards. Do you know what I mean? I feel like he's given it a little bit of thought, but not enough for my liking. And I hate him as a result now. And I hope he gets knocked out. I'm all about Kareem the Dream Matala. Here we go. It was considered a good public day out back in the Middle Ages, says Jordan. It was. I know. Crazy, isn't it? What are you doing the weekend, John? Oh, wow. There's a blooming good hanging I'm looking forward to going to. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, going to take the kids down. Might have a picnic afterwards. Fair play. Who knows? Perhaps they'll look back on us. Think we did, like, weird stuff. Well, not me, because I'm great, but maybe some of you. Definitely James Chadwick. Right, we've got Matala in white. We've got Naika in black. This is going to be potentially 5 rounds of action. And honestly, at this point, I think we're just pulling fights out of nowhere. But I can tell you that David Naika is 2-0. He's got 2 knockouts. He is one to watch, even if he lacks creativity and originality. He is an Olympic bronze medalist from Tokyo 2020. And he's going to be competing at the Commonwealth Games, apparently, as well, in Birmingham in July. So if you are going to the Commonwealth Games here in the UK... then if you go to the boxing, you might be able to see David Naika in action. He trains with Joseph Parker, and he trains with Tyson Fury. So he is someone that's on the rise. He's got good head movement, moved out the way there. Matala trying to come in as Naika moves away from the ropes. Nice big shot to the body there by Naika. Again, just trying to land to the body. Throws out a straight left jab. Moves out the way. Matala just edging forward. Couple of shots coming in by Matala. Tries to throw overhand right but misses. Nice jab there by Naika. Gets driven back against the ropes. Malone versus Palikte. That's going to be at co-main, which I honestly thought was next. I thought it was going to be... I didn't know that this fight hadn't happened. I am honestly not aware of any more fights after this. After this, I'm only aware of the co-main and the main, so we've got to go to that next. Unless they start pulling people up from the crowd. But we did just get 2 first-round finishes. Nice shot to the body there by Matala. End of the rounds. Feel like that was pretty straightforward stuff for Naika. Lomachenko is a gatekeeper, not a top-level lightweight that struggles with Latin fighters. Change my mind. Well, to be honest, I mean, we don't... It's hard to say because I haven't seen him for so long. He lost to Teofimo Lopez. People weren't necessarily expecting that. He was firm favourite to win that, but he lost. And, you know, since then, just haven't seen him. So, it's going to... I don't know. What was that a one-off fluke defeat? I mean... He's an incredible athlete. I mean, head movement and technical ability is stunning. But Teofimo Lopez and his dad, they went in there, fought a great game plan, got the belts, and I don't know. Kind of twisted my melon, that result. So I'm really looking forward to seeing him compete again, actually, so that we can get a bit more clarity as to where he is. This doesn't finish till 6 in the UK, says Edwards. I think, well, the coverage can go till that time, but doesn't mean that it's going to go to that time. Days, in your best Rock Johnson voice, can you smell what the Days is cooking? No. This doesn't feel like the right stream for that. This is a professional boxing stream. And I am a professional broadcaster. Don't laugh. Matala with nice left hand straight. Shot to the body. Swing and a miss there by Matala. Naika with big body shot again. Nice left-hand jab, and again, he's really starting to get through. Another jab coming in by Naika. Swing and a miss, but he does catch... Oh, lovely uppercut there by Naika, but misses with it. Matala trying to grab a hold of Naika. Shot to the side of the body. Lovely counter. These two just wailing away at each other. That's lovely work there by Naika. Matala's still in this, though. It's not all one-way traffic. Nice straight right. These two in the center. Oh, that was good defense there by Matala. There is some nice speed in there from Naika. I'm loving that overhand, and he's getting through with it. He's got through with it twice in a row there. And he did just get clipped with a right hand back, and so he clinched up. We've got 30-odd seconds or so to go. There's only... Oh, swing and a miss. Nice shot to the body. Big shot to the body by Naika. Body shot coming in. Lovely right hand. Left hand there by Naika. Yeah, good. Good work by Naika. That's the end of round number 2. The coverage I have isn't showing these fights, but you can see them going on in the background whilst the presenters talk about the main. Well, I mean, that's... Doesn't really matter, does it, really? I don't know. I don't think too many people are tuning in for Naika versus Matala. I mean, Naika, as we said, is someone that's won bronze at Tokyo 2020. But, yeah, I don't know how many people are tuning in to see him here. Although Legend Killer is cheering on Naika, so there's one fan. Hope everyone is well. LJ said, I think your stream is a bit delayed. Maybe. There is obviously a delay that YouTube puts on. And also, I'm watching it over the internet. So it does have a little delay on that as well. But it is live. Right, body shot coming in there by Naika. We are underway with round number 3. As we said, this can only go 5 rounds. Nice body shot again by Naika. Few shots coming in there by Matala, but they miss, and there's a lovely uppercut by Naika. Again, trying to throw an uppercut. Yeah. Ooh, loses his foot in. Naika goes down, but he lost his foot in. There's no standing count or anything. Nice body shot there by Naika. Again, lunging in with a left hand to the body, and he tries to throw an overhand right. Yeah, he is trying to dig in, and oh, I love that. I love that right hand. I love that right hand. Lovely right hand by Naika. Matala, I mean, look, Matala is throwing, and he is trying to get some stuff through, but just nowhere near is he landing as much. There's blood coming down the nose of Matala. Matala grabbing hold of Naika. Matala edging forwards. Little bit of distance between them. Jabs straight down the middle by Naika. Lovely shot to the body as well there by Naika. Again, just digging a shot into the body. It's quite nice as swing and a miss, though, by Naika. And again, just throwing out left hand jab just to ensure that there's a distance measured. Swing and a miss. Lovely head movement there by Matala. Body shot coming in. Jab, and that gets through. He's been getting some real success, Naika, with those jabs straight down the middle. Some lovely body shots coming in. Uppercut misses there by Naika. Matala with another jab coming in. Going for the body, but falls short. Lovely counter left. Those are hitting, though. Getting some real joy with some shots down the middle there, Matala. Misses those. Matala is stubborn. He is giving an all-right account of himself. End of the round. Did you like Elvis Presley? If so, are you going to watch the movie about his career? It comes out in a month or so. I'm not the biggest Elvis fan, though. I understand his importance and what he did. I mean, really, you know, there was not really anyone like him, was there? I mean, when he came along, he just really revolutionized everything. I mean, you know, you had the likes of Little Richard and people like that around at the time. So when Elvis came along, just kind of, you know, grabbed attention, and girls were swooning over him and sort of exploded on the pop scene and created a pop scene. So, yeah, I mean, his impact on music is undeniable. The quality of his music is undeniable. But it's not my sort of thing, to be honest. I mean, I never really go back and listen to it. And I mean, I've heard, like, his hits, Suspicious Minds, and all that kind of stuff. Blue Suede Shoes. But, will I watch it? Probably not. Lovely straight lefts. Easily more into the Beatles. Easily. Lovely straight left, straight down the middle by Naika. We are in round number 4. British Soundboard Pranks says, Sky Sports on Windows doesn't have a pause button. I'm 20 seconds ahead of this and out of sync with Daisy's commentary. Sad times. That does suck. That does suck. Because there's not really anything you can do with that, is there? It's better if we're ahead, because then you can obviously just be a few moments behind, but... Matala's doing a bit better here, actually, getting through with some shots straight down the middle. This has been, it's been a real little contest, this one, actually. Matala's looking better here. How many fights till the main event? Well, it's got, I mean, I'm out of fights. I'm out of fights. I've got no more notes. The only notes that I have are for the co-main and the main. So, I'm thinking after this, it's got to be the co-main. I'm waiting for the Palikte Malone fight, says Marlon. Who do you think will win? I'm leaning to Kambosos Jr. by decision. But that is no disrespect to Devin Haney, who is a fantastic fighter and someone that I think absolutely can win this. No doubt in my mind he can absolutely win it, but I just think what's the more likely, and I think the more likely is Kambosos by decision. Naika jabbing away, and we've got about 20-odd seconds to go in this round. It's been a better round by Matala, but I think we're at the point where I don't believe Matala can win it on points. Nice jab coming in. It's been a good contest, this, for Naika. Getting backed up against the ropes a little bit, and we are going to go to round number 5. So, round number 5 coming up. We are just seeing scenes in the crowds. It is filling up. It is getting more excitement. Undisputed World Lightweight Championship, George Kambosos Jr. against Devin Haney. Yeah, it's filling up now. There's still a lot of empty seats. But it is filling. I mean, that is by no means a bad showing at all. The last fight was Ali Fraser level. Patrick reckons it'll be Haney in 6. Tim said, you're a legend for doing 2 5-hour streams in a day. I could never do that. Tim, shout out to you. Appreciate it. It's just happy that I was able to get a chance to get something to eat in between them. I did have some beans on toast, and it was absolutely wonderful. Right. We are in round number 5. Actually, we're a little bit further along. Back there. Here we go. Body shot there by Naika. This is round 5 of 5. Matala edging forward. I've got Naika taking this on points. That's what I'm expecting. Nice jab coming in, but Matala doing well, getting a few shots off. These two breaking apart, back into the middle. Big left hook to the body. Nice straight left. Straight right, straight down the middle as well. I love that. Great head movement there by Naika. Able to just move just out the range. He has given him a workout, and he has been good. He's eaten some good shots, but he's asking some good questions as well. So we've got 1 minute 17 to go. Nice defense there. Smile on the face of Matala. Back up against the ropes a little bit here. The two breaking apart in the center. Nice straight left by Naika. We're into the final minute of this one. Final minute of round number 5. Nice straight left. Tries throwing overhand right. Naika tries throwing overhand right. He's getting a bit sloppy, actually. He's kind of really leaving himself quite open now. Yeah, Nika's just... I don't know, just seemed... I think he might be gassing. 30-odd seconds to go. His hands are a little bit lower. Oh, he got tagged a couple of times there by Matala. Yeah, his defense has gone completely out the window here, Naika. I reckon Matala takes this like maybe 3 rounds to 2. Nice shot coming in by Naika, and again looking for hook shots, moves out the way, and that's the end of the fight, and quite surprising. Quite surprising. That one only 5 rounds, so we are done. We are going to go to the judges. It'll be interesting to see what the judges have got to say. Kambosos versus Haney is a genuine 50-50 fight. I can't wait, says Sporting Central. Filling up now, says Sports Central. Yeah, it is filling up. It is filling up. The past 20-odd minutes or so, it's really, really started filling up. Nice head movement. Really good work by Matala. Is the co-main event fight in now? Well, I believe it's next. But I thought we was going to have got to it a bit sooner than we have anyway. So, yeah, I do think it's next. So, we've got the co-main and we've got the main, obviously, still to come. Jason Maloney against Ashton Palacte. Taking on George Kambosos. That's that co-main. And then we've got George Kambosos Jr. against Devin Haney for the WBO, WBA, IBF, Ring Magazine, and WBC. We will be crowning an undisputed lightweight champion in our main event. Devin Haney coming in at -175 favourite. Kambosos Jr. at +135. Before we get to that and the co-main, though, Maloney and Palacte, need to get the result of this one. It's going to be interesting because some of those rounds, certainly at the end, seem to be like they were with Matala. Here we go. So, Naika does it. Naika gets it. It's unanimous decision. Some of them were quite close. So, he gets it. It's the right decision, but that was closer than it probably needed to be. All of the judges giving Matala some rounds. Or at least a round. Right, that is the end of that. English here, but there are some Aussies and Americans too, says LJ. Kambosos is going to be the champ, says Mario. Braun retains. Good NXT pay-per-view, says Matthew. We've had over 1,500 votes as well in our poll. 1,500 votes. It's getting closer, you know. Oh, it's getting closer. 51-49. You might remember when we were on 200 votes, I said it won't move that much. I do expect it to be that Kambosos will still be ahead, like maybe 53% around that kind of ballpark. Well, here we are at 1,500 votes, and it's 51-49. So even closer than I was thinking it was going to be. But 51-49, Kambosos Jr. slightly edging the vote at the moment. Make sure you vote. Leave a like as well if you haven't already. It really is appreciated. We are building our way, working our way towards the main event. And I think it's the co-main event coming up next. I think. Maloney versus Palikte. What are you lot saying, says LJ. I've got Maloney winning, Jason Maloney. He's got a relentless style. He just needs to let his hands go a little bit more. And I think that, his 23 wins, only 2 losses. One of those was to Inoue by 7-round knockout. But he's got 18 knockouts to his own name. And there is maybe a concern that he's looking past his opponent today. Because, as we said, this could be a real stepping stone to a world title if Jason Maloney can win. But he has gone the distance in his last couple of fights. This one could also potentially go the distance. Palikte has never won a world title. He's ranked 6th by the IBF. He's boxed 151 rounds. He's won 28 fights, 23 by knockout. He's the bigger fighter. He's tough. He is hittable. He is actually also, Palikte, going to have a 4-inch reach advantage, which I do think is very significant. Palikte comes in at plus 500 favourite. Jason Maloney, minus 800. So, it's really interesting, this. Really interesting. I think this is next, but we are just at commercial break at the moment. Oh, here we go. We come back. And it is going to be a co-main 10-round bantamweight fight. Co-main event. Jason Maloney against Ashton Palikte. Co-main event is coming up next. Both of these fighters, 31 years old. Kambosos is very talented, says Patrick. Michael said, Days, let all the USA people know that this fight is free in the US on ESPN for all of it. Well, I don't know if that's true or not, but either way, I believe you. I'm not in the US, but it is, if you've got Sky Sports Arena, it's just on there. There's no pay-per-view or anything for this. Probably is in Australia. I'm surprised it's not pay-per-view actually in America, thinking about it. What with Devin Haney being American. And what with this being such an important fight as well. Right, Maloney against Palikte. Palikte is making his way into the ring. Trenton said NXT was great. I would rate it 5.6 like always. Wow, that high. 5.6 out of 10. How many fights from the main? This is the co-main, so just this fight, and then we will be at the main event. Here's Jason Maloney then. Yeah, it was a great introduction for him. Making his way down with the WBC Silver Bantamweight title. He is a very popular fighter. Again, we got flames shooting up into the sky, and again, you can see it's filling up. James said, I finished 1-5 on my predictions. Well done. Well done. Brian said they're only showing the co-main and main on ESPN. That's all that's left, to be honest. And I can't imagine too many people will have tuned in for anything other than those, so it's not bad at all, is it? It is Maloney that's making his way down. Ashton Pelikte is inside the ring already. Pelikte, 28 wins, 4 losses, 1 draw. Maloney, 23 wins and 2 losses. Maloney, great on the inside, good body work, turned pro in 2014, so he's been a professional boxer for 8 years. He's boxed 135 rounds, but as we said, he has gone the distance in his last couple of fights. This is in the bantamweight division, and we are just going to get the intros, and then we will be underway with this. 10 rounds, I think this one can go. It's Australia taking on Pelikte from the Philippines. Should be a good little fight, this. That guy's arm must hurt holding the belt up all the time. Jaden said the rule was Bron got disqualified. He loses the title. He used a steel chair, so he should be DQ'd. I haven't seen it. I don't know. William said should have watched it, but you know, the fiance and her insatiable sex drive. Sounds like William's having a good night. Also sounds like William's fiance probably isn't. Right, Ashton Pelikte, age 31, 33 fights, 28 wins, 23 knockouts. 4 losses and 1 draw. Okay. Okay, Maloney just getting his intro. 25 fights, 23 wins, 18 knockouts, and 2 losses. There's a lot of holding up responsibilities, isn't there? There's a dude just holding up the flag behind Jason Maloney right now. That dude behind him looks like an absolute flipping giant compared to Jason Maloney. It's like father and son. Right, here we go. We're about to get... that's a great shot, that is. That shot, not as good. Do you know what I've come to realise? The backs of these white chairs are really obvious when you're behind the crowd. So even if there's someone sat in the chair, the back of the chair is really obvious. So it makes it look like there's less people there than there is from the back. When you look at the back, all you see are the white chairs. And it's kind of hard to see the people because most people wear black, don't they? So, or dark colours. There's not many people sat there in like pinks and yellows. So all you see are like people in dark colours, but you see these white chairs, the backs of the chairs. So when they're swooping like this, it's quite deceptive. I think it actually looks emptier than it really is. But there is undoubtedly empty seats. I mean, you can even see them at ringside. But it is also filling up. Right, here we go. Anyway, we are underway with round number 1 of our co-main. Nice shot coming in there by Pelikte. Palikte again, getting in a few jabs, but Maloney with a nice check left. Swing and a miss. As we said, Maloney's most recent fights have actually gone the distance. So we are just a minute into this one. Both guys just exchanging blows. That was a lovely check left. Check left again by Maloney. Palikte with a few jabs, standing his ground in the center. He does look quite heavy-handed, Palikte. He's doing a decent little job at the moment. As we said, quite an even little... Couple of jabs there by Maloney. Good head movement. Pushes Palikte back. Shot to the body there by Maloney. Starting to see him, both fighters actually just starting to extend out a little bit more. This fight just sort of stretching a little bit more. Quite close in the early stages, but we're seeing them just stretching a little bit. Just say that, they're getting close again, do a bit of body work. Nice shots to the body there by Maloney. Swing and a miss by Palikte. I think Maloney is edging this round for me. Nice jab straight down the middle. And again by Maloney. Nice jab coming in there by Maloney. Palikte standing his ground in the middle. Swing and a miss. Looking for an uppercut. Couldn't find it. Couple of jabs coming in by Maloney. Moving forwards. Palikte backing up a little bit. Trying to cover up those shots. Just hitting off his arms. And Palikte responds with a body shot. It is shaping up well, and it's a nice little contest, but a good little ending here to the round by Maloney. Driving Palikte back against the ropes, getting through with a couple of jabs down the middle. And for me, that's a Maloney round. But not much in it. As we said, this can go 10 rounds. They had to change Marvel Stadium to a boxing event in less than 2 days, says Adam. Well, I mean, what have they got to do? Just put some chairs out. Put some flooring down, put some chairs out. I suppose they've got to get the flamethrowers in there and the lighting sorted and everything. So I suppose there is quite a bit to do thinking about it. Celebrities. What Australian celebrities are there? Kylie Minogue. Kylie Minogue. What's Steve Irwin's son called? He tends to be on like some late night shows occasionally. I've seen him do the rounds. Crocodile Dundee. Here's another one. Mel Gibson. I think he's from Australia, isn't he? That's it, I'm out. I don't know any others. Couple of jabs coming in here by Palikte. Rivi, shout out to you. Jason Donovan. There's another one. Nice jabs coming in by Danny Minogue, sure. Yep, good shout. Good shout. Kylie Minogue, Danny Minogue, Jason Donovan. Basically, anyone out of Neighbours or Home and Away. Natalie Imbruglia. I don't know if you had her in America. She was a singer. Nice shot to the body by Maloney. Little uppercut coming in by Palikte. Margot Robbie. Don't know who that is. Chris Hemsworth. Is that Thor? I don't watch the Marvel films. Anyone from Marvel doesn't count because I don't watch them. So, they don't exist. They're not celebrities in my world. Nice uppercut coming in by Palikte. Mark Viduka, Harry Cole. Old school footballers. These two fighting right in the pocket, you know, digging into each other. Uppercut coming in by Palikte, but it misses. Close range warfare, this is. They're like head to head, like, digging into the body. Fun little fight, this. Heavy shot there by Maloney. Again, body shot coming in. Yeah, it is intense. Russell Crowe. Oh, I know him. Hugh Jackman. He's famous for X-Men, isn't he? I don't think he's done anything else. Doesn't count. Nicole Kidman. Yeah, you can have her. Well done. A murderer. Oh. Shout out to you. I'll give you 2 out of 3. Alright, that might have been a Palikte round, you know. Not much in that round at all. Not much in that. Both were just like head to head, just digging into each other. But this fight feels so close at the moment that I can't really say that Maloney is like 2 rounds up. Nathan Clary. Who the hell is that? Never heard of him. Guys, please don't make up fake celebrities in the chat. We are seeing, what is this? Look at this. We're seeing, look at them jumping around outside. The Spartan Warriors. God, they are loving it, aren't they? There's a guy in an all-green suit. There's a guy in an all-green suit with a big smile on his face jumping around on the streets of Melbourne. I'll tell you what, he's got quite the following, hasn't he, Kambosos? Quite the following. I love nothing more than to see a guy in an all-green suit with a massive smile on his face having the time of his life. It's all I want. That's what I want to watch on a Saturday night. Right, here we go then. Round number 3. Close little contest, this one. Shane Warne. Shane Warne's dead. He's dead. I don't think he'll be there. We're not just talking about Australian celebrities in general. They gotta be alive. Come on, Maloney, says Adrian. Days, who's more British, Holmes or Bond? I feel like they're both very British. I mean, I don't know if Sherlock Holmes really ever left Britain, but James Bond goes around the world, doesn't he? So, even though they're both very British, Sherlock Holmes might be more British, because I don't know if he ever actually left Britain. I don't know. I never read the books. But I would say both are very British. You can actually get off the train tube station at Baker Street. It's got like Sherlock Holmes, like silhouette on the tiles, and you can go to Baker Street, and there's all that kind of stuff. I'm sure there's like a Sherlock Holmes museum if you want to do that. These two into the final minute of round number 3. Oh, Palikte down! Palikte down! Right on the button, right at the, look at that. Just as they both come into each other, and it's a lovely shot. Yeah, Maloney really pouring it on, and down goes Palikte, and it's done. It's done. Maloney wins. Maloney wins. Oh, Oh, Pelite down. Maloney's got it done. Big result for Maloney and a big result for us. Because it means the main event is next. But, yeah, big celebrations for Maloney. That's a good victory, that is. What a shot, says Sporting Central. It's good work, man. Good work. Put him down. He managed to get back up, but he had too much for him. Very good. Sporting Central says it's all over. Well, you know what that means. You know what that means. Kambosos Jr. versus Devin Haney will be coming up next. Kambosos Jr. against Devin Haney coming up next. Bob Arum giving a big hug to Maloney, getting the job done. Third round finish. Very good. Very good. There is a singer called Kid Laroi. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's very good. Never heard of him. Kid Laroi. Well, the way that you've put it makes me want to check him out, actually. So I'm going to write it down. Kid Laroi. He better be good now. Now that you've told me that he's good, Michael. If I listen to him and he's not good, I'm going to be furious. Furious. Keith Urban. I thought he was American. Is he Australian? I thought he was like an American country singer. Pauline Hanson. Never heard of her. Isaac Butterfield. Never heard of her. Ray Warren, the GOAT. Never heard of her. I think what we've proven here today is that there are no Australian celebrities. That's what we've proven. Undeniable. Not a single Australian celebrity in the world. Pelite, very frustrated. Good result there for Maloney, but as we said, Kambosos Haney coming up next. Steve Irwin's son is called Robert Irwin. He is on, I've seen him on late night talk shows. So he's carrying on like his dad's work, takes the animals on. I've seen him on things like Jimmy Fallon. I think he might even have been on like Stephen Colbert. You know, stuff like that. Love that. I love that family. Horrible what happened to his dad, but it's good that they're like, you know, carrying on the work and all that, so fair play. So, yeah, Australia had one celebrity, and it was Steve Irwin, and that was it. So, maybe now his son. Iggy Azalea. Sounds like a flower. AC/DC. Doesn't count. They're too good to be Australia. Urban was born in New Zealand. Ah, here we go. Now the truth comes out. Now the truth comes out. Oh, name the Australian celebrities. Keith Urban. Oh, is he Australian? No, he was born in New Zealand. Ah, there are no Australian celebrities. Guys, you can't name celebrities that were born in other countries and try and pass them off as Australian. Doesn't work. Nicole Kidman was born in Hawaii. What? What's going on? Name an Australian celebrity. Kim Kardashian. That'll do. Apparently, they don't even need to be born in Australia anymore. Neil Armstrong, first man on the moon. It's time, says Sporting Central. It is time. It is time. Crocodile Dundee. Nicole Kidman. Yeah, I might give you Nicole Kidman. Naomi Watts. Don't know who that is. Doesn't count. Tim says New Zealand, they can have him. Hugh Jackman doesn't count because he was in, like, rubbish films. He's never been in a good film, so he doesn't count as a celebrity. I've also been in rubbish films, and I'm not a celebrity. Mel Gibson, he got cancelled. The kid Laroy was born in Australia. Yeah, but no one knows who he is. No one knows who he is. Pommies are so jealous, aren't they, says Tim. Paul McCartney. Paul McCartney. The Beatles. Harry Potter. Right, they are talking to Maloney, who was just victorious. Harold Bishop, what a legend. Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt. So he says the winner of Inouye or Donaire on Tuesday, he wants the winner of that. What movies have you been in? Oh, loads, mate. What movies haven't I been in? Chris Hemsworth is an Aussie. You might know him as Thor. Well, I might, considering I don't watch Marvel movies, I might not know him as Thor. I don't watch children's films. It's not part of my regular viewing. Yeah. Is Thor, isn't he? Is a children's entertainer. Entertains like kids in kids' films. I have no idea. I don't know what happens in children's films. Right now, you know, there are so many people getting triggered. So many people. Certainly considering I'm covered with pictures of Marvel all around me as well. I couldn't have more Marvel characters on stream if I tried. Because we are in the Marvel Stadium. Del Boy, shout out to you. Appreciate the kind words, dudes. Fabio says Jimmy Savile. They can definitely have him. They're welcome to... I think you're right. I think he was Australian, yeah. Now I think about it. Absolutely, yeah. Jimmy Savile. Hitler as well. I think he was Australian. Jimmy Savile. Hitler. I was going to say Gandhi, but I think Gandhi was like... It was a good thing, wasn't he? I can't have him. I think he was British. Ledger Killer says, I'm watching the boxing. AC/DC were born in England and they grew up in Australia. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Steve Irwin. Yeah, I'm definitely giving him Steve Irwin. Can't even joke about Steve Irwin because he was just a goat, wasn't he? Lovely guy. Loved animals. I got respect for that. So, no jokes about Steve Irwin from me. They can have him. The only thing I would say is this whole conversation started when we were trying to figure out what celebrities would be there. I don't think Steve Irwin's going to be there because he's dead. So, Kangaroo Jack, Paul Hogan, Putin. Yeah, they can have him. Are you excited for Hell in a Cell? Lee said, I agree with you, Days. DC Marvel are garbage. Well, you know, the kids enjoy them. Gary Glitter wished he'd been born in Australia. Margot Robbie, a.k.a. Harley Quinn, is from Australia. Crocodile Dundee. Yep. Sealer said, has it started yet? No. We're at commercial break. I don't know quite when it's going to start, to be honest, but we have just finished with the co-main. So we will be going over to the main event very, very soon. We've got Stephen Bradbury. Well, we've proven that you're either in kids' films or there are no celebrities. So that's been done. We've proven that. We've put that to bed. Oh, Nicole Kidman. That's it. I think she counts. Right, we are at commercial break. They said the ring walks would be at about 4 UK time. It's currently 5 to 4, so we should be getting ring walks very, very soon. The Aussie lady in the black dress that was standing in the ring was a wifey. What, are you simping over the ring girl? In all fairness, if that was a ring girl, she was very presentable. Normally the ring girls wear next to nothing, but there she was wearing like a long black dress, and it was kind of a bit classier. So, respect. Respect to Australia for that. That was a bit classy. I like that. I like classy girls. Hugh Jackman is Australian. Doesn't count, no, does it? Bushwhackers. I think they were New Zealand, weren't they? Almighty Nick says, when is your next X-rated movie coming out? And is it called Two Girls, One Day? Ah, yes. Two Girls, One Days. It's got to be called that, innit? It's got to be. Two Girls, One Days. Two Disappointed Girls, One Days. That's what it's going to be called. Steve Smith, Daniel Ricciardo. They're sports stars. They don't count. Surprised to see the majority here thinking that Kambosos will win. I think George takes it too, says Christmas. Christmas, shout out to you. I've got Kambosos. I don't feel brilliant about it, but I do actually have Kambosos. I think he'll take it on decision. Lucas Brown is Australian. Yeah, he's a sports star. Doesn't count. Can't have that. The Australian president. Yeah, but what's his name? I don't know his name. Legit, I don't know the Australian I don't even know if they have a president. Is he a president or a prime minister? I don't know. He might be an emperor. I don't know. Do I? So it might just be an elder. I don't know. Is it Mel Gibson? I haven't got a clue. Mel Gibson, he got cancelled. So you can't have him as a celebrity. He's definitely been cancelled. You can't, guys, you can't include people that have been cancelled. That doesn't count. Right, we've got a little video package right now, hyping up the main event. Let's turn our attention. Sir Donald Bradman is the most iconic sportsman. Palmiers know him well. We do, but he's dead. He's definitely dead. Dead for a long time. So he won't be there, will he? Right, Kambosos Jr. He turned pro at the age of 19. He is hungry. Good counter punches. Likes to work the body. Fast hands. Active jab. Decent power. Heavy hands as well. Excellent speed and timing. Good overhand right. Excellent jab. Likes to throw from awkward angles. No wasted shots. Well, there will be wasted shots, but everything he throws with the intention of it landing. But Haney is so good with his defense. I think the chances of even 50% landing is going to be very slim. Sneaky little uppercut, durable, excellent conditioning. His conditioning is so good that he can go 20 rounds, let alone 12. So I really do think that he is going to be as good in the 12th as he will in the first. Great all-round fighter. He's got great footwork, heart, power, speed, gas tank, aggression. He brings a lot to the table. Technical ability undeniably is with Devin Haney. Devin Haney is the better technical boxer. But there's a lot of other stuff that goes with it, man. A lot of other stuff that goes with it. So, as we said, you know, the heart, the power, the speed, the gas tank, the aggression. I think there's a good chance all of those are advantage Kambosos Jr. So, Haney is, last win was a unanimous decision in December of 2021. He's got a 3-inch reach advantage, fantastic long-range boxer, great defense, trains a lot with Floyd's, few chin question marks, good footwork, naturally a bigger fighter, is basically a 140-pounder in disguise. He has never been knocked down, but question marks about like the level of competition that he's faced, to be honest, when it comes to Devin Haney. I don't know quite the level that he's fought. I think that he's not faced anyone like Kambosos Jr. on a regular basis, so this is going to be a real test for the 23-year-olds. He's got good striking variation. He's the better technical boxer. He likes to work a slow to medium work rate, and that is not where Kambosos works. Kambosos likes a high-pace, high-octane work rate. Kambosos is going to try and make Devin Haney uncomfortable. Devin Haney can try and slow the fight down, though. That'll be interesting. Excellent jab. Excellent jab from Devin Haney. Everything is set up from that jab. That jab is everything to Devin Haney. He can lose his focus sometimes. Lots of feints. It's going to be close. It's going to be competitive. It's going to be for all the belts. This is for legacy. Everything is on the line here. Big, big fight. One of the biggest fights of the year. We will have our first undisputed, unified lightweight champion after this. This is for the WBO, WBA, IBF, Ring Magazine, and WBC Lightweight Championships of the world. All the glory, all the gold on the line in this next fight. We will crown our first undisputed champion since 1990 and our first in the 4-belt era. This is history. We're watching history. We don't get a chance to do boxing as often as I would like. I wish we could do more. But we was never not doing this fight. This is a big, big fight. This has got that big fight feel. And we've had nearly 2,000 votes as well. At the moment, it is 52% for Kambosos Jr., 48% for Devin Haney. I can see it go in the distance. Feel free to put in your thoughts on this one. Which way you think this one's going to go. Who have you got winning this? I'm going to go on record to say Kambosos Jr. by decision, but so close. Would I be surprised if it goes the other way? Absolutely not. Looking at the rankings, George Kambosos Jr. is the champ. Teofimo Lopez is at 1. Lomachenko at 2. Gervonta Tank Davis at 3. Devin Haney at 4. Ryan Garcia at 5. That is an incredible top 5. That top 5 is amazing. Garcia, Haney, Tank, Lomachenko, Lopez, Kambosos Jr. Mouthwatering top 5. Mouthwatering top 5. Kambosos, top of the tree at the moment. This is his division, but there's big, big fish. Big names swimming underneath him. And one of those is Devin Haney, 23 years old. Wonderful fighter. Wonderful technical fighter. And as we said earlier, his dad arrived at the airport, like lastminute.com, and said, I'm here for my boy. Came in last minute. Weren't sure he was going to make it, but he did. They're just showing the weigh-ins of both guys. It was a struggle for Kambosos, but he did make it. It was given a few hours to lose that extra weight, and he lost it. And look at the trash talking between these two. So intense. So intense. Devin Haney giving as good as he's getting here. And there we go, he finally made it. That top 10 is ridiculously good, says Sporting Central. Lightweight is the most stacked division by far, but no one is in that pound for pound, says Valsac. Oh, it's a great pound for pound list, though, isn't it? There's definitely fighters here. I mean, they're still so young. You know, if you think that Devin Haney is only 23... I think isn't Tank like 27, Kambosos 28. I mean, they've still got a good few years, if not more, for most of them. I think Lomachenko, I don't know how old Lomachenko is, getting on a little bit now. But it is a great division. Lomachenko is 34. 34. Is it the end of the road for Lomachenko? Right, we are seeing Kambosos. Fans rocking in the stands. The anticipation for this is building. Watch the training videos and tell me you would walk through them. Wasn't that because the Australian government gave his trainer and dad visa at the last minute? Yes. Jake Paul will beat Kambosos. Beat Kambosos? Jake Paul would beat Kambosos. Look at that, man. They're just absolutely bouncing around. It's like a football atmosphere. It's brilliant. It's a shame that there's... it's a shame they're so far away. I wish they were closer. They're like in the stands. They are absolutely bouncing around, singing their songs. It's great. Great vibe. So, yeah, a lot of passion, a lot of excitement. Should be getting ring walks very soon. Chalmers says poll updates. Poll updates. We've got Kambosos Jr. 53%. Devin Haney 47. It's just changed to 48. Still really close. We should be able to get to about 2,000 votes maybe by the time the fight actually is on the verge of starting. We're just seeing a shot of the ring. Would bet my house on Kambosos if he had the same reach and better head movement, says Mac. Honest thoughts on Jake versus Tommy. What, Tommy Fury? I mean, honestly, I think that Tommy Fury should be able to win that fight. He's boxed since he was young. I know that he's not, like, the best boxer, but equally we have not seen, like, Jake Paul go in there with an actual boxer. Like, you can't count what he does against the YouTuber, Anderson Gibbs. You can't count what he does against the basketball guy. You can't count what he does against Ben Askren, because Ben Askren was never known for his striking. Ever. He was known for his... He's a wrestler. He's like a Dan Hodge trophy winner, like one of the best amateur wrestlers in America. So you can't count that. The first fight against Tyron Woodley went the distance, and Woodley had him up against the ropes at one point. I think the only thing that you can really look at, for me, is what he does in that second fight. The knockout against Tyron Woodley is a significant moment. Like, that is a moment you go, damn, he's got some power, man. If nothing else, he knocked out a former UFC champion. Like, he did that. He achieved that. And you can't take that away from him. Now, whether you count Woodley as a boxer or not, I mean, he's not. Whether you count him as a striker or not, I think he had some striking. But putting him in there against someone like Tommy Fury, who has had actual boxing matches, trained with Tyson, his brother, you know, he's obviously taking his boxing more seriously now. He was trying to prepare for Jake Paul last year. Had a full camp. Everything was great. They were in high spirits and everything. He did get the injury. But, you know, I genuinely think that Tommy Fury probably isn't favourite for that now, after that knockout of Woodley. But I'd be tempted to put a sprinkle on Tommy Fury. I really would. I think Tommy Fury should, on paper, he should be able to do it. He should be able to do it. He's been training longer than Jake Paul. Has he been training as intense as Jake Paul has over these past few years, though? That's an interesting question. But, yeah, I would be leaning to Tommy Fury. That Fury family is a very proud family. They are going to do whatever they can to ensure that Tommy is ready for that fight. I don't think they would just look past him and just treat him as a joke, but equally I do think that there's only one real performance that you can take anything from for Jake Paul, and that's his last one. So how good is he? Right, YouTuber, retired basketball player, wrestler, UFC champ ×2 is quite the hit list, says Chalmers. Woodley got paid to lose. Who do you think would win out of KSI and Jake? I don't follow them, but listen, Jake has been training non-stop for boxing over the past 2 years, and he did knock out Tyron Woodley. So, what has KSI done? It's a no contest. It's a one-sided massacre for Jake Paul. I've got no doubt about that, because Jake Paul has undeniably been throwing himself into boxing. You put him up against another YouTuber that's not a boxer, and Jake Paul, I think, is going to win that fight. So, him against KSI, easy. But Jake Paul against an actual boxer. It's the big criticism, isn't it? It's what everyone wants to see. Well, say everyone. Anyone that's got any sort of interest in a Jake Paul fight wants to see him take on a boxer. Right, we've had National Anthem. Oh, was that the Ringo? I don't know. Okay, so we've got National Anthem being sung. KSI would beat Jake Paul. Facts. I don't know how you can say that, considering when was KSI's last fight? And who was it against? Logan Paul. At least Jake Paul has been taking on some proper athletes, proper people that have, you know, actually won championships. Granted in UFC, but I think if you think that KSI is going to win, I think it's because you're a KSI fan and you're not maybe looking at the information that's in front of you. But it doesn't really bother me because I don't care about either of them. 50% chance win for George. 50% chance for Haney, says EEEA. Tiff says Canelo is a bum. Michael said Jake's a bum. A fighter would destroy him. Legend said Jake Paul, Tommy Fury is 50-50 fight, says Legend Killer. California Love says let's go Kambosos. Edward says KSI is back boxing in August. Yeah, but Jake Paul's been boxing for 2 years. You know, KSI's been off launching drinks and doing rap music. and all this kind of stuff. Jake Paul, I genuinely believe, gets up, goes, and trains. One thing that I would be happy to disagree with people on is the amount that Jake Paul actually, like, dedicates. I think he is very committed. I think he's very committed. National anthems. How many hours until this starts, says Brian. We are seeing shots of the crowd, and it does seem quite busy now. The upper section is empty, but I don't think they were aiming to sell those seats anyway. Are you ready, Michael Buffer? Let's get this party started. Devin the Dream Haney getting his intro then. So we've got ring walks time. Devin Haney is making his way down. Bivol versus Jake Paul. Give me that fight. Jeez, give me that fight. If you don't like Jake Paul, you won't need to worry about him after that. Let's go. Haney says Slim D 925. Do you think Jake Paul has a Mexican style fighter since BJ Flores is his coach? No. I don't think Jake Paul's got any style of fighting at the moment. He's at the moment he's just learning fundamentals. I mean, honestly, he was what people forget was that he was getting backed up and was being hit by Ben Askren in that fight when he was facing Ben Askren. We're seeing shots of the crowd. So even as recent as the Ben Askren fight, it's not like he came out and had everything his own way. I know he got the early finish still, but he was getting backed up by Ben Askren, who's got no striking ability whatsoever. My mum's got better striking ability than Ben Askren. So I think that he's been learning like fundamentals at this stage. I don't think he's got any kind of fighting style at the moment. Someone's O has got to go, says Retribution. Right, we've got the music X-Gun Give It To Ya exhibit track. No sign of Devin Haney at the moment. Everyone turning and looking, and flames shooting up in the air. Lots of smoke. Tell you what, people are enjoying the track though. Everyone singing along to the track, but no sign of him yet. Haney is doing it for his father. Meanwhile, Kambosos has got the crowd, says Chalmers. They're saying that Haney is delaying his ring walk. He's trying to wrestle back the authority. It's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting that he's keeping people waiting. This crowd ain't gonna appreciate him anyway. In all fairness, though, they're having a great time, having a little sing-song, so Kambosos is I tell you, it might be quite clever, actually, because Like, he would know that Kambosos would keep him waiting. Because that's just something that fighters tend to do. So what he's done is he hasn't gone out there maybe as early as Kambosos maybe thinks he has. It's all mind games, isn't it? All this stuff, it's all mind games. I think that they playing the track again. I think we're doing the track again. I think we're doing X Go and Give It To You again. Just in case he didn't hear it the first time. Do you think he's locked the door and he's like refusing to come out or something? Kambosos isn't bothered. There's a... I mean, what? I don't understand what would happen. What if he's like, no, I'm not going out? At what point do they, like, force him to go? How do they make him go out if he don't want to go out? So, music, playing a second time. Still no sign of Devin Haney. Yeah, I reckon they're just in the changing room, like, F them. Just F them. And there we go, the music stopped again. And he gets another intro. Right, there we go. He is actually making his ring walk now. Right, so he is making his... We had the song play through 2 times. He had a second intro. Big smile on his face as Devin Haney finally walks out. Big smile on his face. Devin Haney making his way down. The WBC title being held up behind him. He's a great fighter. Great technical fighter. Big smile on his face. Haney stuck in the toilet. He might not, I thought he might not fancy it. But now he's got a big smile on his face. 23 years old, man. Here he is in Australia at the Marvel Stadium. I'm supporting my brother Devin Haney because Devin and his dad are both Muslims. Food in Australia is too rich for Haney. Herbert said he was scared. He was throwing up. I heard that he was backstage playing our game of name an Australian celebrity, and he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. He was sat there like this. And they kept playing his music. They're like, you've got to go now. And he's like, no, I can think of one. I can think of one. Chelsea Clinton. Is she one? No. Oh, God. In the end, he just went with Mel Gibson. We know that that doesn't count because he got cancelled, but it's all he could come up with. Devin Haney has made his way down. George Ferocious Kambosos Jr. Here we go. The hometown hero. Getting his intro. All them belts. Look at all them belts. This is the man of the lightweight division. He might not be the man that we were expecting. I don't know how many people thought that he would beat Teofimo Lopez, but he did. We did the watch along for it. It was quite the upset. But here we go. A big, mouth-watering dream encounter. Kambosos Jr. taking on Devin Haney. Maybe Haney found a crock in his sock and had to shake it out. Maybe. Maybe. That is true, actually. They've got some horrific animals in Australia. There's a good chance he could have been eaten. So, glad that he's made it down to the ring. Kambosos is taking his time now. Devin Haney, inside. I like Devin Haney's jacket. White jacket, and it's got, like, paint on it and everything. It looks kind of cool. Looks very designer. Here comes Kambosos. He's got a real snarl on his face as well. Greek flag. Australian flag. All the belts behind him. Well, all the belts except one, except Devin Haney's WBC Lightweight Championship. That's what he's here for. He's here for that WBC Lightweight Championship. But Devin Haney is here for all of those belts that Kambosos Jr. brings. We will have an undisputed lightweight champion at the end of this one. The first time since 1990-something. Early 1990... I want to say... No, it doesn't matter. Early 1990-something. And, but the first time that we will have had an undisputed champion in the 4-belt era. Kambosos has made his way down. He's wearing gold jacket, gold shorts, blue gloves, but with some gold on. Makes his way into the ring. The WBC email belt. Very prestigious. Let's go, says your mother, Trebek. Time to open a Foster's. Right. The Spartan war chant is tattooed on Kambosos' body as he steps inside the ring. Great scene inside this stadium now. Looks great. We are getting closer to the start of this one. Mouth-watering encounter. Both fighters inside the ring, then we will be underway with this one very, very soon. Undefeated champion versus undefeated champion. Going to be a great fight, says Herbert. Pernell Whitaker. I think it was Pernell Whitaker. I want to know what year that was. Let me have a look. Pernell Whitaker. When the lightweight. Longest unified lightweight champion with 6 defenses. He won that in 1990, I think it was. Yeah, because he was already the WBC and the IBF. And then in 1990, he won the WBA. So that was August of 1990. Yeah. Very good. Okay, both fighters just about to get their intro. This is the contest the world has been waiting for. 4:30 here in the UK. It's going to be, what, 11:30, is it, in America? It's not a bad time, that, is it, really? I don't know what the time is in Australia. But I don't think it's, I mean, it looks quite dark there. They got the roof closed, though, so that could be deceptive. Australia time. In Melbourne. 1:30. It's 1:30. So, middle of the day in Australia. Looks nighttime, but they have got the roof closed. I do remember them saying, like, I know the time's a bit strange, like, for Australia, but it works well for America. And obviously that's really important. Got to make sure America's happy, haven't we? Rest of the world has to make sure America's happy. Yeah, that's right. I'm having a pop at you guys now. I've had a pop at the Australians. I'm having a pop at the Americans. And don't get me started on the blooming British. Queen-loving fools. I placed a £10 bet to return 70 on Devin Haney to win by knockout or technical knockouts. John said, I'm just getting up in the Cotswolds, UK to watch this. Shout out to you, dudes. Good timing. 4:30. Just about to start. American Patriot Show. Says that's because America takes care of the rest of the world. Absolutely. Thank you. We can hear it. Don't want the stream to be taken down. Okay. Appreciate it. It's the noise ramped up. Here we go. Touch gloves. We will be underway with this very soon. She's nervous. I think that's Kambosos' wife. It's exciting, man. Touch gloves. Both guys have had their intros. We're about to be underway with this one. Blooming British. Pfft. Crumpet eating fools. Right, here we go. Bell sounds and we are underway. Both fighters come into the center. We've got, I love Haney's shorts. Haney's shorts are like a cream color, but with like splodges of color. It looks like he's been painting, but kind of looks cool. Kind of like it. It's a bit different. Whereas Kambosos is in gold shorts. Kambosos Jr. against Devin Haney. Haney, as we said, great defensive fighter. And he's got that reach advantage as well. Again, lots of feints by Devin Haney. He uses feints really well to his advantage. Feinting quite a bit. Not much being thrown at the moment. Both fighters in the center. Kambosos trying to throw straight left. Devin Haney, low output, but what he does throw is very significant. Kambosos is someone that throws a lot more volume, but at the moment is struggling to find a way through here. Nice jab to the body by Kambosos. Devin Haney again feinting, having a good look, trying to jab forward. Not much between these two at the moment. Really not much. Neither fighter really the aggressor. They're both just standing in the center of the ring. Jabs just falling short. Just falling short by Haney. Oh, into a clinch. Haney tried to throw out a lovely left. That was good by Haney. He's got to watch the counter, though, from Kambosos. That jab is so quick. So quick by Haney. That jab is so important as well. Everything Haney does is behind that jab. You can see a bit of redness on the nose of Kambosos. I think those jabs have been getting through from Haney. Haney again looking to jab. At the moment, Haney is using that jab, getting through with a couple of jabs, and Kambosos just can't get close enough. Nice. No, lovely shot down the middle by Kambosos. That was nice. Oh, he gave Haney something to think about there. He gave Haney something to think about. He really did start to unload rights and lefts. I love that left straight down the middle. Because of the camera angle, it's hard to know as to whether he got all of it, but he certainly seemed to get some of it. Nice overhand right there by Haney into the clinch. Really close first round, this. Haney just jabbing away. End of the round. Who do you think takes that round? Who would you give that first round to? I might give that first round to Haney. I feel like he probably landed more jabs. I feel like Haney might have landed more jabs. I do think that Kambosos had a couple of moments, but did those moments outweigh like the jabs that Haney was getting through? Really close though. Really, really close. If anyone went Kambosos on that, you'll get no arguments from me. But that is the first round. Reach advantage is being well used by Haney. 1-0, says Chalmers. Lee's got it, Haney. Brian's got Haney. Wix has got Kambosos. Tarek has got Kambosos. John has got Kambosos. Robert has got a draw. Right, here we go. Round number 2. Really close. No complaints. I don't think anyone can be confident with that one. Here we go. Jabs again by Haney. Again, jabs coming in. You're starting to see that the hands being let go a little bit more by Kambosos here. Haney jabbing away. I mean, that's going to be Haney's game plan. Lovely head movement there by Kambosos. Ducking underneath. Into the clinch. And referee coming in, looking to separate them apart. Nice right hand. Not sure if he got much of it, but into the clinch. Right hand by Haney. The only thing is, you can see the damage on the face of Kambosos Jr., so these shots must be getting through. His face isn't damaging itself. So, we've got, I mean... Oh, it's a lovely right hand by Kambosos! That was great by Kambosos! That was lovely! Oh, Devin Haney almost clips him on the back of the head. Has to pull his shot. I've actually got, like, the fight on 2 screens, and that one is about 20-odd seconds behind. So I'm really tempted when something happens to just, like, turn to that and try and catch it, but it's kind of throwing me off a little bit. Nice duck underneath there by Haney. That was a big moment, I think, for Kambosos. Kambosos again coming forward, trying to throw a shot to the body. Both guys in the center. We're into the final minute of this one. Kambosos again into the clinch. There's not much between them again here in this. Devin Haney again just working that jab, but Kambosos with that lovely right hand. Devin Haney is focused and he tries to throw out a left jab. He gets a couple of jabs through. 30-odd seconds left in this round. Devin Haney has been able to get a couple of jabs through. Kambosos not able to get anything through at the moment. Into some kind of clinch and swing and a miss. There we go. End of the round. That's again another difficult round to score. End of the second round. I am. Oh God. I tell you what, I'm going to go Kambosos. I thought Kambosos got a beautiful shot in there. And I do think as well that these rounds are so close that really if this fight ended, is it 2-0 Haney? I don't know that I feel great about saying this is 2-0 to Haney. Like, are we saying if the fight ends now, Haney wins? I don't feel great about that. I feel like it's so close that 1-1 feels fair. So, for me, I'm going to say close first round, close second round. Haney takes the first. Kambosos takes the second. As I said, there was a lovely right hand that was in there. I do think the jab is being very, very effective. Very effective for Devin Haney. Do need to remember as well that we're in Australia, so if this thing's going to go to the judges, there's every chance that it's not going to be fair on Devin Haney. Do need to just think about that as well. Let's see. We haven't really got to a point in the fight yet where we can really separate these two. Lovely right hand there by Kambosos. Devin Haney trying to come forward with left hand straight. Both fighters in the center. As we said, we've got a real close contest here. Nice shot to the body by Devin Haney again, but it's hard to know what's actually landing. Kambosos with a jab to the body. You can see that that one got through because we were in a better camera angle. 1 minute. Nothing in this third round. Devin Haney driving Kambosos back into the corner. I like this aerial camera angle. This is a good camera angle. Both fighters in the middle. I love that. Lovely right to the body. Left up top by Kambosos. Jab coming in. Again, falling short. But I think one got through and a right hand got through by Haney. So Haney getting a couple of shots through there. Ooh, a couple of shots getting through by Kambosos. Yeah, some of them shots do look... I mean, look, Devin Haney is hittable. He's shown that already quite a few times in this fight. It's just Kambosos in those moments has not found a sweet shot. Up against the ropes. Haney charges forward and Kambosos goes back against the ropes. Reset. So this is the jab of Devin Haney against the explosive combos and again just swinging away these hook shots. Big left hook shots by Kambosos. Not quite landing. Jabs are landing though by Devin Haney. And again exploding into the midsection by Kambosos. It's a really close little encounter this. 20 odd seconds to go. I do think that Devin Haney's going to provide more openings. When he does, can Kambosos land a really significant shot? In and out. Very good. Very good movement by Devin Haney. End of the round. I'm going to give that to Haney. I thought there was a lovely moment again in there for Kambosos. But I think the jabs are adding up. I think the jabs are really starting to add up. And some lovely movement at the end as well. I know you can't really score it on movement. It's all about out-hitting your opponent. But, I mean, the defensive work is on display by Haney at times. But he has got caught. He has got caught in these first 3 rounds. He has been caught. And if he can just land something significant, I think he could really, really rock Devin Haney. Really rock him. I think he could really cause him some trouble. 2-1 I've got to Devin Haney at the moment. Brian's got it 2-1 to Haney. Adam's got it 2-1 to Haney. What channel is this in the UK? It is Sky Sports. Right, what I want to do is get rid of the poll. Don't need it. Okay, so here we go. Lovely right shot there by Haney. Couple of jabs coming in, and Kambosos backing up a little bit. He is waiting. Oh, nice body shots there by Kambosos. Nice body shots. Into the clinch. Referee breaks them apart. Nice left-hand jab coming in by Devin Haney. That jab, so important. That jab is everything to Devin Haney. Nice shot to the body by Haney as well. Trying to throw out a jab upstairs. Again into the clinch. And the referee coming in looking to separate these two apart. Haney again having a little look. He's using that range so well. He's out of range and it's really hard for Kambosos to get in and really work anything. Haney is so defensive and so defensively minded that when Kambosos comes in, like, Haney can step out, he can pivot, he can move to the side. His lateral movement is great. Just, it makes it really hard for Kambosos to actually catch him and actually land anything. And it's just allowing Haney to just, like, jab away. That jab is everything to Haney. Everything. No big explosive moments in this round. Little dig to the body there by Haney. Every round is close. Every round doesn't have much in it. But every round probably has more jabs to Devin Haney. And catches him with the left hand there, Haney. Kambosos trying to get some shots off. And Haney lunges with a left-hand jab again. Couple of shots come in by Kambosos. Kambosos coming back with a couple of shots straight down the middle. Haney's all right. Eats them. Nice head movement into the clinch. 15 seconds to go in round number 4. Nice swinging away, but I think Haney was able to duck and move out of the way. Nice jab coming in by Haney. End of the round. I'm going to give it Haney. It's just that jab, man. That jab, I mean, like, there's some moments in there for Kambosos, but that jab is just being flicked out all the time, and it's just scoring all the time. 3-1. Haney, says Lee. I've got that as well. Right, we're going to go to rounds number 5, Haney rounds. Yeah, put in your scores, because obviously the scoring is very subjective. So if people are seeing it different, don't be afraid if you are seeing it different. Just, you know, put down what you're genuinely seeing. What I'm genuinely seeing is 3-1 Haney at the moment. 3-1 Haney. That jab is a real problem for Kambosos right now. What he's not been able to do is put that pressure on and find a way past the jab. He's not been able to slip the jab. He's not been able to, like, get in and get a flurry of shots off and hurt Haney and make him uncomfortable. And right now, this Kambosos is kind of being forced to fight Devin Haney's fight. Oh, nice shot. He eats a shot there by Devin Haney. Saying competitive in every round, but I think the commentator on Sky Sports has got Haney ahead. Into the clinch. Referee coming in, looking to separate them. Trying to come in. Big body shot there by Kambosos. That seemed to give Haney something to think about. Flicking out a few jabs again, and a few jabs landing upstairs from Haney. Going for a shot to the body. Kambosos, I like that. He leads forward. So what I loved is he came forward with the left hand. He was pushing it in Haney's face. But it's the right that came into the body that he didn't quite see come in. Because that left hand was being shoved in his face. I've seen that, a lot in boxing where they'll use that lead hand as like a bit of a battering ram. Just to, push the head out the way so that the other hand can come in. Nice little flurry there by Kambosos, letting his hands go. Again, looking for left to the body, and he lands it. Left hand upstairs by Devin Haney. Oh, my God. Those jabs do keep coming, but it's really hard to know if they're landing or if Haney is just falling a little bit short on them. Kambosos again coming forwards. Got 40-odd seconds to go. Oh. He is battling away. He is working hard, but we are going to get to the point. Maybe not too far away where we're going to get to the point where Kambosos is going to need a finish. Swinging away, and Haney with some really good head movement moves out the way. Kambosos again. Swing and a miss. Excellent movement by Haney. Excellent movement. That's the end of that round. Haney 4-1, says Lee. I tell you what the problem is at this stage in the fight now is that the close rounds now, you go with Haney. Like, at the start, you're like, oh, I'm not so sure. But now the momentum is with Haney. Like, I think what happens in fights, and I don't know if this happens to the judges as well, but I tend to start the rounds now with, like, I'm waiting for Kambosos now to show me why do I give him the round. And obviously you don't think that way at the start. At the start of the fight, you tend to look at it as, like, who won that round. But now, it's momentum Haney. Haney has got that momentum. We know that jab is working for him. So what I'm looking for is I'm looking for Kambosos to show me something that's going to allow me to give him the round. And there's not much in these rounds that you can say Kambosos is showing. And that jab is constantly there. So, yeah, I do agree. After 5-4-1 to Devin Haney. Devin Haney looking good. He's got his left hand down. He does that a lot, actually. He keeps his left hand down here and he, like, flicks it up. That jab coming from quite low. Again, 23 years old as well. 23 years old, Devin Haney. So impressive. Ducking underneath. Referee coming in, separating the two of them. We are in round 6. We will be halfway through this. George is going to finish strong, says Benny. He'll take 9, 10, 11, and 12. Nice couple of jabs coming in. Jab coming in again there by Haney. Kambosos trying to let his hands go, but so frustrating. He's like trying to hit a flipping moving target. I mean, there's just nothing. When he actually throws, like, Haney's no longer there. He is quicker. Both fighters in the middle. Oh, my God. I don't even know how he avoided those. I don't know how Devin Haney avoided those. He couldn't avoid that one. Finally, a big cheer from the crowd as a big thumping left hand hits Devin Haney, but there's been way too little of that from Kambosos. Good head movement by Kambosos. We are into the final minute of this one. You see, the problem with the fight is it feels like Kambosos is chasing the fight. He's not in charge of the fight. You know, he's the one that's having to take the fight to Devin Haney, and Devin Haney knows that he's up. Again, Kambosos trying to come in, trying to land a jab. Devin Haney lands a hook shot into clinch. Shot to the side of the head, and Kambosos fires a shot back. These two right in the center. Some big body shots coming in, but a little bit wobbly there by Kambosos. Oh, he is trying some big overhand rights now. He's looking for some big overhand rights, but he couldn't land anything. 5-1. Jake has got it 3-3. Brian's got it 5-1. Yeah. I think 5-1 is fair. I mean, maybe 4-2, maybe, if you was really kind, but yeah, I'm quite happy with that. Dania's got it, Haney 6-0. Yep. I mean, to be honest, at the end of the second, you could definitely give that second. You could definitely give that second to Devin Haney, but my feeling after that second round was this feels so close that I don't think that Haney has taken this fight 2-0 at this stage. Right, round number 7. It is... They're just showing the scorecard from Sky Sports. They've given the first round as a 10-10. But then they've gone with Haney every round after that. The passionate for support for Kambosos is struggling a little bit at the moment, as Kambosos is getting to the point in the fight where he's now going to need to find a finish. Big shots coming in as he drives Devin Haney back against the ropes. That is better by Kambosos. Better by Kambosos. That's exactly what he wants to try and do. Land a few shots, drive Devin Haney back. That was a rare moment of success for Kambosos. But again, look, Devin Haney coming in with some jabs. Hook shot coming in by Kambosos. Shot to the side of the head by Kambosos. That lands. Nice block by Kambosos. Body shots coming in by Devin Haney. He lands those shots, then moves out the way. Good footwork here by Kambosos. Coming in, 1-2, straight down the middle. There's a bit more belief in the crowd from for this round. Nice jab coming in by Haney. Another jab by Haney. Yeah, I mean, look, Kambosos has got to apply himself. He's got to make Haney uncomfortable. He's got to get stuck in there. This fight is going to... Nice overhand right there by Kambosos. Couple of jabs, but I feel like they might have fallen short. He is trying to bounce and get in close. Hook shot comes in there by Haney. Jab coming in by Haney. That was short. I like that. Jab and a right hand. Duck underneath by Haney. 20-odd seconds to go. Jab. 1-2 straight down the middle by Haney. Good head movement there by Haney. Head movement again by Haney into the clinch. Oh, God. I mean, again, there was like one big moment in there for Kambosos, but the rest of it is like him just getting frustrated and not landing anything. And there was jabs. 4-3. Haney says, Jake. Haney 5-2. Lee says 5-2. I'm really torn between 5-2 or 6-1. I'm really torn on that round. I don't think it really matters, to be honest, at this stage. But I'll go with the 5-2. I'll give it Kambosos, but close, man. Really close. That fight, I feel like that 5-2 is very, very charitable. Here we go then. Round number 8. How many rounds has he won? Yeah, 6-1. Sad Aussie says 6-0. Says, give me freedom. Dort Knight says 5-2 every day of the month. Well, I have gone with you guys. You're very passionate about that 5-2 in certain parts of the chat, so I'll go with that 5-2. So close, but no arguments from me if you've got this 6-1. You might even have this 7-0, to be honest, but I do think Kambosos probably takes a round. Nice jab coming in there by Haney. Couple of shots and both guys in the center. He does need to find something here. There's not been anything really clean in this round to really separate them. Just edging forwards. Keeping his hands up into the clinch. Devin is smart. Chris says yes, 6-1. Nice head movement there by Devin Haney as Kambosos tries to throw in a straight shot. Some quick jabs coming in by Devin Haney, and he tries to throw in a right shot afterwards, but Kambosos is trying. But it's hard. It's so hard. His shots are just falling a little bit short. Yeah, Haney with a couple of jabs, getting him through. So clean, so effective. Lovely head movement. So this is a Haney round. Again, trying to get in a couple of jabs into the clinch. Just over 30-odd seconds left in this round. Shot to the body there by Haney. Oh, lovely hook shot by Haney. And again, just stepping to the side, just avoiding those jabs. I feel like this is the most comfortable round that I've seen. Crowd are trying to get behind Kambosos. We've got 10 seconds to go. Nice head movement there by Haney. Hustle for love. Shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. Hope you are well. Hope people are enjoying the action. If you are just joining us, 8 rounds is what we've had in this. I've got it 6-2 to Devin Haney. So 6-2 to Devin Haney, but I don't think there's any denying that Devin Haney is winning this fight. We are really staring down the barrel now of Kambosos potentially needing a finish. Obviously, we're in Australia. You don't know how that's going to affect the judges. Any of these rounds, and quite a few of them have been close, they might be given to Kambosos. But Kambosos is going to have to give everything he's got here. And more. He's working hard. He's trying, but... A worried Team Kambosos. Big roar of the crowds. They're trying to get behind him. Nice jab straight down the middle by Devin Haney. Jab to the face, jab to the body. Uppercut lands by Devin Haney as well. What a game plan by Devin Haney. What a wonderful, wonderful game plan. Oh, lovely strike straight down the middle by Devin Haney. Kambosos moving forward. Getting in his jabs. Responding with a couple of his own, but some lovely shots by Haney. Haney standing his ground in the center. Oh, nice. Getting driven back against the ropes a little bit. He goes down, but it was a bit of a push. It's no count. Crowd are cheering, but it was a slip. So, Haney was down, but it was just a slip. Really, really interesting here because Kambosos is really, really struggling. Hustle for Love, shout out to you. Will I get a 2-month badge? I have no idea, dude. The system automatically does that on how long you've been a subscriber for. If you resubscribe, then it should be. Should do it, yes. Uppercut coming in by Haney. But that's all done by YouTube. Duck underneath there by Haney. Kambosos is trying to put the pressure on, but it's more of the same, to be honest. We got just under a minute to go in this round. Big, big right hand there by Kambosos Jr. That was nice. It needs more of that. Haney in the center again, just throwing out that jab. Neither guy looks like they're going to go down. Neither guy looks like they're about to get knocked out. This really is like chess. It is just about landing on your opponent. His defense is so good, Haney, that he's scoring with the jab and Kambosos just can't score back. That is the story of the fight. Haney jabbing away, and then whenever Kambosos throws some at Haney's not there. If this is about hitting your opponent and not getting hit, and that's what it's about, Haney is absolutely dominating this fight. End of the round. 7-2. Brian has got it Haney 8-1. Leah's got it 7-2. I don't get it. It says it ends on the 4th, which is today, and I want to pay, it, but it should be on automatic. We'll see what it does tomorrow. Have a look and see if it's is on tomorrow. Maybe there's a slight delay on it or something. This is over. Kambosos does now need a knockout, and he won't get that, says Edwards. I think Haney is getting tired, says Poppin' Tie. Tarek, shout out to you. Maka said it reminds me of Mayweather. He just controls the ring. It's a wonderful performance. It's a wonderful, wonderful performance. We are, you know, he deserves it. I mean, Kambosos has just got these final few rounds then. All the belts are heading to the United States at the moment. Time for Kambosos to try and do something special. They said, the commentators are saying we need to see something quite dramatic in this fight. Nice check left. Check left by Haney. Getting in quite close. They collide into each other. Nice jab. Kambosos edging forwards, trying to get some shots. Nice Philly shell defense by Haney, but he lets that hand drop quite low. Comes forward, trying to get some shots off. Kambosos edging forward, goes for a left to the body, tries to go for the right upstairs. Devin Haney in the center. No trouble. He's not really forcing anything. He hasn't really forced anything all fight. He's used that reach really, really well. Just flicking out that jab, landing it, making sure he gets out the way. And it's just been that round after round after round after round. And again, another jab comes in. Good head movement. Oh, Kambosos sort of trapped the arm there and was trying to then get some shots in. Referee just saying, you can't be doing that. You can't do the old chicken wing. I think that's a sign of frustration from Kambosos Jr. 2 shots only. Haney by unanimous decision by what I'm seeing, says Tony. Get the belts ready to be passed, says Chris. Chop Suya said Jake Paul is the best boxer ever. Well, that's facts, isn't it? He'd smoke both of these guys at the same time. The 3 judges are Canada, Hungary, and Poland. So no Australian judges. Even if they were all 3 Australian, I don't think they'd be able to spin this round to give it to Kambosos. Looking for an uppercut, but Devin Haney wasn't there. And again, great head movement. End of the round. I must admit, this has not been as close as what I was expecting. I expected Kambosos by decision because I thought it would be closer. I mean, if there was just a couple of rounds in this, because we're in Australia, you really, really don't know, like, how they would score it. But this is so wide that it's just not even. There's no doubt. There can't be a doubt. I tell you, if Kambosos wins this by decision, we might as well pack up boxing. We might as well just shut it down. 11-0 Haney. 8-2 Haney, says Al Gore. Robert's got it 95-98. 9-1 to Haney. Right, we are going to round number 11. Yeah, the commentator is saying this is a very, very good fighter against someone that could be an all-time great fighter. I mean, Devin Haney at 23 putting on this kind of a performance. So clean, so precise, so crisp, wonderful defense. Flicking out that jab. Kambosos trying to get in a few shots. We've only got 2 rounds left to go. Devin Haney, lovely little uppercut. Kambosos, oh, that was a big right hand. I like that by Kambosos. Devin Haney seemed to be able to, like, trap it. I don't know if he took some of the sting out of it, but I feel like some it still got through. Again, trying to get a jab in, gets round the back. Crisp, boring, fist to fist. Imagine if the judges give it to 12-0 to Haney. I don't know that I would argue, to be honest. I think Haney deserves to win it on decision. So, however they want to give it him, I don't really care. Nice shot there by Haney. Lovely hook shot. We've got less than 5 minutes left in this fight. All the belts. Massive, massive fight. It's quiet in the stadium, though. They know. There's not been much for them to cheer. They've tried to get behind Kambosos at times, but Haney has done a great job of shutting the crowd up. He's done a really good job of that. Into the final minute of round number 11. Lovely hook shot. The crowd are going to have to get behind Kambosos for this final round. He's going to have 3 minutes to try and land a picture-perfect shot. Yeah, he is in a massive lead. Do you remember you said Kambosos by decision? I did. I thought it would be much closer than this. Looks like we will get to the decision, though. I couldn't picture either fighter putting the other away. I mean, Devin Haney has never been knocked down. Kambosos has been knocked down, but Devin Haney is a more defensive fighter, so if it was going to be a case that it was going to stay on the feet and it was just going to be two guys going at it, I really thought Kambosos was going to be able to make this uncomfortable for Devin Haney. He's just not been able to close that distance. He's just not been able to close that distance. He's not been able to really get those flurry of shots through. Kambosos fans look confused, says Rivi. Right, we are in round number 12. 104, 108. Haney, says Robert. Haney would look good with a 12th round knockdown. Here we go then. Round number 12. Here we go. Kambosos in the center. Haney on the outside. He does need a knockout here. And really all Haney needs to do is stay out the way. Big roar as we go into this final round. Can he find a knockout? It'd be an amazing moment if he could. Stunning moment. Be a moment of the year. A moment of this generation if he could knock out Devin Haney in this final round. One of the best, most brilliant defensive performances I've seen in a long, long time. Oh, Kambosos throws a big left hand, puts everything behind it, and throws himself into the ropes. Are you ready for a draw? Give Me Freedom said, I'm a Kembo fan that has to work a few years to get back the dollars I lost. Oh, dude. I totally understand. You know, he was in Australia. He's got 50-odd thousand people behind him. It was a great performance against Teofimo Lopez. He had such self-belief, aggression, heart. Couldn't see Devin Haney putting him away. And this is such a good Devin Haney performance as well. I mean, Devin Haney has not looked this good in recent fights. He's had good showings, but this has just been round after round after round. We are on the verge of crowning a brand new king in the lightweight division. And it's a wonderful showing, a wonderful performance. We're seeing Devin Haney trying to find a way forward, keeping his head low. Couple of shots there by Kambosos. They got through. Big roar by the crowd, but there's only 45 seconds to go. Philly shell defense. Pushes Kambosos off him. Kambosos seems to be just really throwing everything at it now. No sign of either guy really being that tired. Kambosos, still moving like he's in the first round. Devin Haney clinching up. We've got 15 seconds to go. It is, look at this. I mean, they're really wailing at each other into the clinch. He's moving forward. And there we go. End of the fight. Don't know what he just said to Devin Haney there. He said something to Devin Haney. I don't know if Devin Haney caught it, but Devin Haney stands over in the corner. Kambosos goes over and celebrates as well. He's got to know, though, isn't he? He's got to know. 6-6, says Wicks. Haney to win by knockout, technical knockout. Didn't win. I'm sad, says Retribution. The scorecard on Sky Sports is every round apart from the first one to Devin Haney. Haney 10-2. Michael's got it 11-1. Mohammed has got it 11-1 Haney. Robbed. We haven't even got a result yet. Robbed. He was robbed. I don't know who's won yet, but he was robbed. Uh, 11-1 Haney. Yeah, get in your scores. Dort Knight said if Haney doesn't win, I am not watching boxing ever again. Seems like all boxing fights go decision, so I figured I would be correct regardless of whoever wins. What, did you just go... That was a good shout, actually. I never thought of doing that. Fight goes the distance. I mean, I'm guessing that would have been, like, you know, pretty rubbish odds, but that would have been the bet, really. Fight goes the distance. Heist job of the century. Yeah, robbed. Yeah, big rob. I can't believe the robbery that I've just witnessed. Biggest robbery in boxing. We've not actually had the result yet, but I'm just preempting it. I think there's a little bit. There was a little bit of trouble in the crowd for a second. So, Kambosos won. Kambosos. He's got to know. Kambosos has got to know. Fight goes the distance was 1-4, which is not worth going for, or we would have done it. Still, though, I'd rather lose a little bet. I'd rather win a little bet than lose a big one. It's not great odds, though, is it? Is that like you put down $200, you'd win 50 type thing? It's not worth it, is it? They're just saying that Bob Arum tends to go over to the winner and is over with Devin Haney right now. Khalid. Yeah, it's not worth it. Right, here we go. Here we go. Decision time. The scorecards. 116, 112. There it is. Devin Haney and Kambosos just stands and applauds. Devin Haney gets it. 118 to 110. Devin Haney is the new undisputed lightweight champion of the world. Wow. So 116 to 112, 116 to 112, 118 to 110. Oh, there's some pushing and shoving in there as well in the ring. Bit of bad blood. There is a bit of nastiness in there. It's all right. I think it's been diffused. Yeah, there's a little bit of pushing and shoving in there, but either way, all the belts are with Devin Haney. I think there is a rematch clause actually as well. I mean, I don't know if that's going to be activated or not. But Kambosos has come over, shaking his head. I mean, that is a hell of a performance. It's a hell of a performance, hell of a victory. And to do it in the Kambosos' backyard as well. Yeah, 116 to 112. That is 8 rounds to 4. That is generous. That's a little bit of the Australian. I don't know what Kambosos is saying, but he's nodding his head a lot. There's no disagreement. Look at all these belts, man. Look at all these belts. Ledger Killer, shout out to you. He would lose a rematch. He needs to rethink, says Chris. He did land some shots, definitely, but don't know. Good fight, not a great fight. 8-4's 8-4. I don't see that personally, but doesn't matter. As I said earlier, as long as they give Haney the win, who cares? And he is dripping in gold right now. Look at that. 23 years old. That is insane. He is the man. Devin Haney is the man. There's too many people in the ring. There is way too many people. They're not all needed, are they? Here we go. We're going to hear from Devin Haney. Let's see what Devin Haney has got to say. All praise to Allah. Poor fight, but Haney was brilliant, says Sporting Central. He's going to be hard to beat, says Macca Rice. Dream come true. It would have hurt me to accomplish this without him. It would have hurt me to have done this without him. Game plan was to hit and not get hit. Great game plan. Great game plan. I'd love to have been there when they unveiled that one to him. Right, here's the game plan. Hit him. Don't get hit. That is genius. Haney is about to duck Lomachenko. If you weren't a boxing or a wrestling match, the whole community would be in the ring celebrating. Yes, all 5 of you. He was very magnanimous in defeat, Kambosos Jr. Credit to him. Devin Haney says Kambosos is a true warrior. And he said he's got nothing but respect for him. He says, I want to thank George for giving me my shot. A lot of these so-called champions wouldn't. He doesn't call anyone out. He doesn't say anything. We're going to hear from George Kambosos. George Kambosos said it's been a great day for the sport, great day for the country. Kambosos said, I thought the fight was close. Wasn't. And we'll do it again. Shouldn't. I'll see you again real soon. That might just be pride. He didn't really come to fight. I'll look to get him back at the end of this year. Kambosos said, I took the risk. I fought the best of the best. Haney respected Kambosos' skill and fought the right fight. Haney or Gervonta Davis? I say Tank. I say Tank because what we saw at times in this was shots getting through by Kambosos. There's a couple of moments early in this fight where he does get him and he does crack him, but he just couldn't hit him clean. He just couldn't find like the right shot. He couldn't find he gets a shot through, but it's not a shot that's putting Haney away. You know, Kambosos has got a 50% knockout rate. If that is Tank that's given an opening like that and he's got one shot, one opportunity, and he gets that shot through, he's putting Haney down. He might not put him away, but he puts him down and he's hurting him. And what is a hurt Devin Haney like? That's the fight. Give me Devin Haney against Tank. Give me that fight. Tank wins. Is that the next fight to make? Haney Tank? It's the fight I want to make, yeah. That's definitely the fight I want. I mean, you have got, who have you got around at the moment? You got Teofimo Lopez, you got Lomachenko. I mean, there's just mouthwatering fights. Garcia's around, but yeah, after we saw Tank win last weekend, and now we've got, I think Tank's got the, am I right in saying that Tank has got the WBA regular? And I think now, all the other belts are with, you see, the regular doesn't really matter because I think Haney has got the WBA super, which is above, the regular, so I think Tank has got one of the belts, but it's not a massive title. All the big belts are with Devin Haney right now. But that's still the fight to make. It's just if they would do it. Because you know what boxing's like. It can be hard to get these fighters to fight each other sometimes. EEEA said Tank would sleep him. Gustavo said Tank versus Haney next. Well, to be honest, it might be that Kambosos genuinely feels it was close and genuinely wants that rematch, so he might be telling the truth. It might be that we do get that. Dort Knight said, I thought Garcia against Tank could be next. Haven't heard that confirmed, but because we don't know, what promotion Tank's going with or anything like that, so I haven't seen anything confirmed for Tank next, but yeah, I mean, I would want it to be Haney, but I can see it not being. I can currently I can see Haney Kambosos if Kambosos is being truthful, and he genuinely wants like the fight later in the year, then I can see it being Haney against Kambosos again. And then, you know, Tankla will have to face someone else in the meantime. Right, there we go. Fight is over. We've heard from both fighters. A big thank you to everyone that joined us. I hope you enjoyed the action. Big fight from over in Australia as Devin Haney is victorious and is now the new undisputed lightweight champion. So massive shout out to him. Big shout out to everyone that joined us as well. I hope you enjoyed it. We are back tomorrow for football on the football channel and for WWE Hell in a Cell. And of course, next weekend, massive UFC show as well. So really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for watching, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.